What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Today, my niggas and my niggettes, or my wiggers and wiggettes. Today, we talk about love, nigga. The shit niggas scared of. And now that I'm seeing more now than ever, women scared of. I don't know how scared that is. God damn. Women even scared of that shit. They ain't fucking with that love shit. They stop believing in that shit. Obviously, not every woman, right? But I had to touch on this topic. I have been reading. Hold up. I had been reading. I had done been reading. Master let me read today. And he let me read this by Dion Fortune. And if you follow me on Instagram, you know I had been sharing my thoughts on what I have read so far. And we actually gonna go through the book. Like this gonna be a long. I ain't gonna hold you. It's gonna be a long. Hold up. Hold up. Yo, yo, yo. Yeah, yeah. Alright. This one gonna be a long. This one gonna be real long. I'm damn new. I'm damn near gonna read straight up out this motherfucker right here. Good esoteric view on love, right? Very good look on love, especially after me reading Cosmic Doctrine, right? Shout out to Bombard Trail. After I was reading Cosmic Doctrine, it opened my eyes to like how profound of a writer Dion Fortune is, and also how solidified she is in esotericism or occultism. Like like today, boy, I ain't gonna lie to you. So, all right, because I'm trying to hold all this shit back. I'm gonna talk about. But as always, if you join in this motherfucking YouTube, please hit the like button. Hit the like button. I gotta start doing it because I'm learning I'm a YouTube nigga now, so I gotta ask niggas to hit the like button. The camera be making my hat look crooked, but hit the like button so I can get my hat straight. Hit the like button, comment, share, subscribe. All that fancy shit motherfuckers say on YouTube. So, and we also gonna run through some other books. We got some Bobby Hemming references, too, and we got love. Hold up, love is a fire. Yeah. Love is a fire. The Sufi's mystical journey home. Real quick passage about that motherfucker. It ain't gonna be too much. And also another Bobby Hemming reference, the science of love. We're gonna read a couple passages about this motherfucker. This shit fire. I think he was to the Hermetic philosophy. This one is about John Baines. And this one is by Llewellyn Von Lee. Can you see it? I got no motherfucker be like, bro, put it in so I can go get the book. So we gonna base it off these three. And fuck it, my life experiences. And also the shit that I see on fucking social media. Cause I'm telling y'all, but this social media philosophy. It's like, I get it, right? It's the culture now. But it's ran by it bro, people, you gotta understand the power of the subconscious mind when it creates your reality, right? If the subconscious mind creates your reality and you feed in it, or you become susceptible to everything around you in your environment and let it go into your subconscious mind, well, like you ain't got no active blocks in that motherfucker, like no, not that, not today. You hear what I'm saying? You ain't putting none of that shit up, and you taking in this philosophy from a whole bunch of hurt people. Like everybody's philosophy today is from a whole bunch of hurt individuals, hurt men, hurt women, not even trying to heal, or calling it healing in disguise of. Like, we gonna get to it today, bro. You calling it freedom, or you calling it healing in disguise of I'm doing whatever I want to. Obviously, everybody has the right to do what the fuck they want to, and you should. You see what I'm saying? Because me personally, when I'm talking about love, I'm not trying to be in love on this romanticized level of love with every woman. I only need one. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the type of time I'm on. So I only need one. So every woman don't need to get in line with my methodology. Matter of fact, she don't need to get in line with shit. She just gonna already be in line with it, and that's what we link it. It ain't. I don't need you to submit to my ideology. You see what I'm saying? You need to submit to your own, and that's the problem. People submitting to the ideology of everybody else's. And why would people do that? Because people don't know themselves. They don't take the time to know themselves. That's that whole date them all. Date them all. They talking about ladies, date them all. You know what I'm saying? That's also the same shit with niggas. Like, well, shit, just pay the fuck 'em. Pay their rent, pay their bills, take them on a trip, buy their bags. You see what I'm saying? And it become what we would call simping. You know what I'm saying? It's a different thing. Now we're gonna get uncut here. It's a different thing when a man just paying to fuck versus a man. I'm talking about straight out. I'm talking about prostitution. And then you get a man who's willing, like, who has no game, has no characteristics, has no depth about himself. And he uses his money to get the woman. You see what I'm saying? He has nothing going on for himself besides the fact that he got money, which means he has no character. He definitely doesn't know himself. All he knows is that money, he can pay for this and pay for that, and she'll accept him. Never had to be that nigga. You hear what I'm saying? Never had to be that nigga. You know, even though my pussy rate was very high coming up, it could have been higher if I was a nigga who used money to attract women. You see what I'm saying? But I got a lot of pussy, so I'm happy with the level of pussy I got. Very happy. You did what I'm saying? So, but there's some niggas who feel like they couldn't get no pussy without no money. Or they couldn't even get the warmth. See, it ain't even just about pussy. Because we're going into love today. I'm just starting as this my introduction. So it ain't even just the pussy, it's the whole affection from a woman. You see what I'm saying? And niggas feel like it ain't that if it ain't about money. Okay, because you also had an ideology today that bro niggas don't deserve no pussy. You see what I'm saying? And it's coming from a survival mode. Well, women just want the money. They willing to give you the pussy, but they just want the money. Or maybe they're not willing to give you the pussy. Whatever the case may be. That's why you got OnlyFans and niggas just do little shit like that. Boy, Pornhub free, boy. Y'all niggas is tweaking. But um, so yeah, you got this exchange or this transactional type of shit going on amongst men and women. Where I said at the beginning, a lot of women's like, they not even believing in love. Niggas been stopped. You see what I'm saying? Because it's at a point in our time and age was probably being where we raised like men don't show their feelings. You know what I'm saying? It don't mean that men don't have feelings, because we do. Niggas gonna act like they don't. I don't care. You don't fuck about that bitch. Fuck about none of that shit. You and your feelings. I ain't in my feelings. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. And you gotta think about what that does to the psychology of a motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? Withholding their feelings and actually not feeling safe to disclose their feelings to somebody they trust. Not feeling safe to disclose their feelings with somebody they trust. Or they so-called love, or they scared to do it because they feel like they woman gonna look at them different. That's not a balanced love. See, you talking now, obviously, if you're on my page, you already know you're talking to a man who's on a different level of evolution, right? So why the fuck would I even type nigga like me? Why would I even want to be with a woman where I couldn't disclose how I feel? You see what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna give her a safe space to express her feelings. You know what I'm saying? And we gonna check them together. The same needs to be done vice versa with me. This ain't because I'm a man or because you a woman, you gotta. No, this ain't that. So why would you not, at this level of my evolution, I'm talking to myself, why would you not be with one who you can express your feelings with and you wouldn't feel like it'd be turned on you and used against you? Like for some reason you weak. like you're not a human and don't have feelings. People keep acting like they don't have feelings when that's not the case. And I'm seeing a lot of women exhibit no feelings or no compassion. I seen a Facebook post saying I was raised in a house where I didn't receive affection. A woman saying this, where I didn't receive affection. Sorry if you crying and I just pat you on your back. This shit funny as hell, but at the same time, bitch, I wouldn't even want to be with you. You see what I'm saying? It's a difference between a nigga all the time and shit. Like when shit don't go right in life, like I'm not that type of nigga, no way. You see what I'm saying? Like I've been through a lot of shit. You see what I'm saying? Nigga done dodged bullets and seen niggas shot and man, come on, bro. Nigga been through a lot of shit. Ain't shit going broke would make me cry. You see what I'm saying? None of that shit. So it's a different level dealing with that, but at the same time, still, you see what I'm saying? Well, men feel like they can express his emotions. Emotions don't mean boo-hoo crying all the time. Happiness, joy. Sometimes a nigga feel a little down. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes you want to be able to express those feelings when you not, and sometimes where you may not feel as confident. You see what I'm saying? Instead of faking around confidence all the time, and that level of the ego, what you identify a man as being. And I'm talking about men right now, right? So we're gonna get into some shit today. Because I'm gonna let these right here spark it. But guess what? We're gonna pop it off with, y'all. We're gonna pop it off with some Bobby Hemmett. Got a little video excerpt from Bobby. Let's see what we can do here. We're gonna get straight into it.
Man than love from the average human. The average human is basically it has a simulation of this energy. It rises to the particular heart chakra, but because they don't have the divine mind, what happens here is this can be very emotional. It can be set in several games we play. It can be political, and it can be things for a very short time. It's only when you define this in its rightful form that it can move on to the head. When you don't define this, when it rises to this particular level, what will happen is it's only a doorway that is open for a certain period of time. And after that certain period of time, if you don't define it, this is when it shuts down and you end up getting divorced. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. Now, what is the gestation of that time? Who knows? It depends on the person. It depends on energy. It depends on whether it was a real subtle energy or whether you were in love at all. But when you define it by surrendering to it,
nigga.
Which is what happens in the book Llewellyn Von Lee book. He said you have to surrender to this. It's only when you surrender to this that it can go on to the head.
So shout out to whoever IG I got that from. Please don't flag my video. We just want to share information. And that's the difference when you're dealing with a evolved man or so-called spiritual man. I'm talking about like a real deal. You see what I'm saying? Not one who's stuck in his ego. Yo, we got some Kemet and we need to get back to being kings and queens and Africa this and more this and nothing's wrong with that. But some niggas stuck in that and that's not evolving. You see what I'm saying? How are you evolving if you stuck in a certain ideology? You see what I'm saying? So with that being said, it's a difference between, and that's what I'm saying. I'm on this level. You see what I'm saying? So it's a difference between the regular mundane love, and then you got the regular, like people just trying to get together for the conveniency. Cause he provides, he protects. She cleans the house, she keeps up with the kids, and she gives me good sex, and she looks good. Like Bro, that's the most animalistic shit. And we're gonna get into some shit today, man. So we're gonna read something from what Bobby Hemmett just brought up. Llewellyn Von Lee, right? And I ain't gonna go deep into it. We're gonna start at the beginning. This is the very beginning. Because this is gonna lead up to what I'm talking about, to what love is. You know what I'm saying? When you at that evolved state of love. It says, now, the book is called Love is a Fire, The Sufi's Mystical Journey Home. Lovers of God. ASAP. They go to answer already. Lovers of God, right? Sufism is a path of love. The Sufi is a traveler on the path of love, a wayfarer journeying back to God through the mysteries of the heart. For the Sufi, the relationship to God is that of lover and beloved. And the Sufis are also known as lovers of God. The journey to God takes place within the heart chakra shit here. You did the love of, okay. The journey to God takes place within the heart. And for centuries, Sufis have been traveling deep within themselves. This is key. Deep within self. None, I ain't gonna say none. Very little are taking a journey within self to find the love. That's why motherfuckers expect, not even expectations, outlook on love is like they don't even believe in them more. They don't want it no more. Date them all. Even though I know date them all means date them until you find the one. But we'll get there later too. All right. The journey to God takes place within the heart, and for centuries, the Sufis have been traveling deep within themselves into the secret chamber of the heart, where lover and beloved share the ecstasy of union. It's ecstasy. There are some people from whom spiritual life has to be a love affair, a passionate affair of the soul. This tremendous love affair takes place within the heart and is one with the greatest mysteries of being human. To love God and to be loved by God, to experience, hold up, to experience the depth and intimacy of this relationship is a secret long known to the Sufis. Within the heart, we come closer and closer to our beloved. So close that finally there is no separation as the lover merges into the beloved. The lover becomes lost in love. Step by step, we walk along the path of love until finally we are taken by love into love. We're taken by love into love. Love is the vehicle, and love is the destination. God damn it, ain't that some shit? Can I get an amen? We are taken by God to God. And then there is no going back. Ain't no going back. Only a deepening and a deepening of this love affair of the soul. This is the ancient journey from the separation to union, fall from heaven and going back up to heaven. The journey from our own self, the journey from our own self back to the state of oneness with God. On this journey, love is the power that will take us home. On this journey, so you everybody got their own journey. He got his journey, you got your journey, I got my journey. What's the journey? Once you look at all this consciousness shit, the journey is what? Is love. You missing it. This whole journey is love. Love is the most powerful force in the universe, and it resides within the heart of each of us. You don't mean the physical heart with all the ventricles and all that shit. But love needs to be awakened. The heart needs to be activated so that it can come to know its own primordial passion, primordial before existence. This link of love that runs through the world and is our own, hold up. This link of love that runs through the world and is our own essence. It's your own essence. What does that sound like? It's a journey to get back to God, is what love is. So once you become conscious and aware, you're supposed to know, oh, I am God. Is it? Didn't Jesus say, is it not written in your law that ye are gods and it cannot be changed? Did not say it can't be changed? So you fail and you getting back to know God. And that is also the connection with what people call twin flames or twin souls or soulmates. We're going to get to it today. We're going to get to it today. We're going to say the unfortunate for last. So like I said, it's going to be a long. So based off of what we just read, this love, and you got to think about it. How does God love you, right? Think about it. God loves you the way you are. Why you got to love people with conditions? With your human egotistical conditions. Again, ego means the shit that you self-identify with. I am this, I am not that. I like this, I don't like that. Ego is censored or is filtered throughout the five senses: taste, touch, smell, see, hear. All the senses. If I miss one, you know what I mean. So, why does it have to be all the five senses is the basis of your love? You see what I'm saying? You can't see God. You ain't never seen God. You supposed to be loving just like that. Ain't that what Jesus said? See that what I'm saying? Like a lot of people claim to be religious and follow, or some people say they, I mean, people who believe in Jesus and they say they're not religious because, you know, religion thing is a so-called institutionalized thing, right? Respect. But when you look at the concept of still, it's still materialized. It's still on the most material level. It's conditional, is what I'm saying, nigga. It's conditional. And I think Jesus even said some shit. How can you love God and you don't love your brother? You niggas can't even love. You can't love God if you don't love your brother, because you got to see God in your brother. So what I'm getting to is love is a straight path thing. And like, oh, I love him because, oh, I don't love her because. No, it's like Bobby Hemming said in one of his videos, bro. You just love the baby. Just the baby is loved just for being a goddamn baby. The baby ain't gotta produce nothing, do shit, nothing for you. That's the love that we talking about. That's the one that everybody really want. You see what I'm saying? But obviously, once we become adults, we want to be appeased by other things. Not even saying that all there's a problem with all that. Not even saying that there's a problem with all that. But you have to get this love thing refined to the best of the best way that you can get it. And that's why people get married and then the shit fall apart. You didn't marry somebody you thought you loved because you didn't marry somebody who appeased your ego. You married for tradition. Women want to get married because they've been groomed their whole damn life to get a ring and had this big wedding, Cinderella and all that type shit. Real shit. That is programmed. And you think, and you got to understand, when you see love stories or love movies, they don't give you the end. You see, when think about that, they don't never give you the end. They give you the La La Land stage when they playing cat and mouse, and then he finally gets it. Then you know what I'm saying. They go through a little trials, or he saved her life or some shit like that, and they almost have a a near death experience, and you know what I'm saying, now they bound together by life. Like that shit, don't get me wrong, that shit look cool as hell, but that's not the real deal situation. Who fucking reality is that for real? And it ends once they fall in love in a La La Land stage. But you got to understand, love also, after you hit this peak, it's peaks and valleys, baby. It's peaks. It's like, I'm falling in love with him. It's getting so great. It gets so great. We married. I love this. And now I'm getting sick of this. This nigga do this girl do this. He don't do this, she don't do this. What the fuck? I'm sick of him. I want a divorce. I ain't gonna divorce. Everybody gonna look at me crazy about divorce. Fuck it, I'm a divorce. And now, let's find the next person. Because that didn't work out. Yeah, she just wasn't who I thought she was, and he just changed. He didn't continue. He didn't still date me. He didn't still treat me like this how he did when he first got me. Why he still ain't chasing, playing the cat mouse game like when he first got me? Go get the next man, or the next woman. This goes for men and women. This goes for men and women. It's not just for women. It's for men and women. We both fucked up. We both fucked up, and you niggas gotta understand that. It ain't just about the woman being fucked up. Men fucked up too. Definitely men fucked up. But women fucked up equally. Boom. Go through the same stage with somebody else. The valid chase. Oh, I'm a little scared because I've been through this before. I've been married before. Men do this and men ain't this. And I seen my daddy do this and my daddy went there. My uncle this and whatever the fuck the case may be. Drop. Don't even get to the marriage stage. Try it again. Fuck. Boom. Second marriage. Up there again. It's on and boom. Happen again. Divorce again. I don't believe in love. This is love because men just ain't. Oh, here he go. Women why they just can't stop complaining. Just shut the fuck up. I come home from work, I take care of the house, I do this and that. Or he didn't cheated or she didn't cheat. You know, all the shit that goes in between with all that shit. Maybe did you think about like you got with the wrong person? Or maybe it's not that you got with the wrong person. You haven't evolved as a human being in knowing yourself. Because what do we just talk about? It's about a path about self going back to God. You see what I'm saying? It's about a path of self knowledge, knowing that God is within and that you God, and you taking that journey back to it. And that other person in that other body, which we under the illusion that they're separate from us, they're not. They kindle that flame because love is a fire. You got this little spark of fire going on in you, and you meet the next person, that fire gets bigger. And it's a burning love or compassion for each other, which is the same passion and love in what you call ecstasy that you get with God. It's a euphoric feeling. But you got to understand when you're in a relationship, what I say, fuck relationships up. My new thing now is like, I'm going to keep my standards, right? I ain't saying telling folks to lower their standards. Maybe some of your standards may be unrealistic. So you may need to check them. Because, bitch, you trying to marry Jesus with that perfect ass shit. That perfect shit? Come on, man. We humans, right? Men too. You trying to marry fucking Sister Mary Joseph. Sister Mary. Like, let's come on with this shit, buddy. So, my thing is like, refine your fucking standards, right? Make sure they actually fit in the parameters of human existence. Your standards don't be fitting real parameters of human existence, men and women. Okay? And then go through your expectations. The expectations is what's really killing shit. You expecting a motherfucker to be like this all the time. That's not real. The human life, the human existence, the human body goes through peaks and valleys. Money goes through peaks and valleys. You can't be happy all the time. I just put this on Instagram. It's like if you going into a relationship, I just want to be happy, or just in life, I want to be happy. You got to think about it. What makes you happy? The things that you end up getting makes you happy. Like you get a new car, you happy as hell. Over time, that car is old as fuck and it's played out and it doesn't hold the same value no more. So that same car don't make you happy no more. So you go get another one. You see what I'm saying? No consistency. You treating your relationship like a car or a new bag or a pair of shoes. Get a new pair of shoes. The new J's came out. You happy. And then that happiness dwindles. You see what I'm saying? Because you looking for this shit outside of you. Love is a fire and getting back closer to God. You see what I'm saying? So what does that mean? Self. You got to find that shit within yourself. I've entered that stage where it's like, okay, I'm getting this whole self-love thing now. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't need the woman. Now we're gonna have happy moments, right? In the next relationship I enter. We're gonna have happy moments and we're gonna be happy. But Happiness goes up and down. It's gonna be times she's gonna get on my motherfucking nerves. It's gonna be times I'm gonna get on hers. You see what I'm saying? Me leaving my socks in the living room. You see what I'm saying? I'm the type of nigga that help wash dishes and shit, and she got used to me. She got expectations because I wash dishes. Sometimes it's like now she mad at me because why you ain't wash the dishes? You see what I'm saying? Like this shit is gonna happen. You see what I'm saying? So what you want to be looking for in the love, I can't tell you really what you need to be looking for, but it's certain things that I be looking for in the love that makes me feel a certain level of contentment because I gotta feel that within myself. The happy and the joyness that I bring about myself just for the essence of myself, my very nature, my big ass forehead, love it. My height, love it. My physique, love it. The way I talk, the way I think, love it. Literally, all that shit. Same thing with a woman, with your body. Love it. You got to get to that point though, because you have to shave off what society has told you what a woman should look like, what a woman should think like, what a man should look like, what a man should think like, what a man should do, type of job a man should have, a type of job a woman should have. A woman, if your woman make more than you, then you ain't shit. You see what I'm saying? If you make more than your woman, then you dominate and run shit. See, you not submitting to love. What you submitting to is these fucking egotistical ideas and constituting it as law. And wonder why none of y'all relationships working out. Your parents shit ain't working out. Your granny shit ain't work out. We at another stage where information is out and different levels of awareness and consciousness is available, and people have hit these stages. So we look at love different now. You have to unlearn and reprogram your version of love. Like it's some folks out here protesting this whole spiritual shit, and I'm spiritual this and I'm spiritual that, but it still ain't got to that point of self-love. Your ego still blocking. You still identify with the Caucasus Mountains man's ideology. You have his psychology. You still have his psychology. You still valuing yourself off how much material shit you got. You still valuing your love off how much material shit the other person has or can provide. It's not that obviously, right? We men want to provide. Normal niggas want to provide and protect, right? But it's not just providing with money. It's not just protecting physically, emotionally. You see what I'm saying? Psychologically. I think I seen a video where a woman talked about this one I'm talking about when I'm talking about protecting, right? And providing, right? You provide a safe space for her to be able to express her. Women, you need to do this. You need to provide and protect your man too. To see, that's what I'm saying. You're thinking it's a one-sided thing. Who gave you this ideology? You need to provide this man with the comfort to be able to express himself. You need to protect that man in the same aspect on the in expressing himself and being who he is too. You ain't gonna let nobody play with him. Oh, y'all got my man fucked up. Same way you do with your kid. You don't give a fuck if he wrong or not. Son wrong, mama don't. My mama didn't care if I was wrong or not. Y'all got my son, and my son ain't doing none of that. You see what I'm saying? Same shit needs to be with your man. Now, if you wrong, then like the homies do, check him in private. You see what I'm saying? You need to have these same attributes. This shit ain't man got to do this and woman got to do that. You both need to be doing the same shit for each other. It's a balanced love. Why would you want God to be like, you need to do all this, then God don't do shit for you? Or why would God do all this shit for you and you ain't trying to do shit to get closer to God? You ain't even expressing the same attributes that you want guys to express to you. It's the same shit. You ain't getting it. You too fucking selfish and egotistical. You too selfish and egotistical to have love at that purest level. So now people date, marry for comfortability in the material world, and they end up miserable as fuck. Won't be me. Won't be me. I got my standards. Got my standards refined. Made sure they made sense. My expectations, I lowered them. You gotta lower your expectation because expectations is gonna kill this shit. You're gonna expect this person to be like this all the time. You're gonna expect this person to do this all the time. You're gonna expect this person to this all the time. You're gonna expect this person to never cheat or never have a thought of cheating or never lust after somebody else. Like, and then you find out, oh, I'm heartbroken. This was my love. I thought this was my soulmate. Like, they human, bro. The woman is human. The man is human. We all subjugated to fucking temptations around this motherfucker. How's up on between you and that person you love and how solid you feel like that person is if they do something like that and you take them back. That's on y'all. That's your own shit you got to deal with. But the thing is, you had these expectations. If a person do this, it's like automatically over. They human. The human body is already flawed. The human psyche is already flawed. That's what we supposed to be doing when we evolving. We moving past all this lower realm shit. You supposed to be rising up, nigga. Rise, nigga. Everybody relationships down here, maybe here, but they ain't getting up here to the heart, throat, third eye, crown. This is what we trying to get to, the top, and we gonna run through it. Cause the unfortunate tapped in on the seven planes, the seven bodies. So I'm seeing a lot of shit, right? Matter of fact, we got a couple clips. We gonna run through this one. Yeah, we going in on this love shit, bro. Cause folks ain't getting it, and motherfuckers giving up on it, giving up on love, you giving up on God. Granted, there are people who understand. I mean, God is within. So some people like the yogis up in the Himalayan mountains, they don't do relationships. They just sit there, meditate, and do their thing. But for the average motherfucker around here, you see what I'm saying? Even though me being in this occult and esoteric information, it's like, hey, shit, not this life, nigga, not this incarnation. I'm with the love shit. A lot of people don't believe in it. You know what I'm saying? I guess I'm a Cancer too, so who the fuck knows? With that level of karma, with his body incarnated in during the time of Cancer, so I'm enduring that karma. When I say karma, cause and effect, because that's what karma is. It's cause and effect. There were several causes that happen on different planes and maybe in past incarnations that brought the effect of me coming in as a Cancer. I'm in heart chakra. I got this big picture of a heart sitting over my bed. You know that old picture they got with Jesus pointing to the sky and pointing to his heart with the flames coming out of it? Yeah, yeah. Ain't got that, what? Ain't got that sitting right on over my whole bed, green heart chakra shit. We on that type shit. I already know that's part of the reason I came back this time. I don't know what the fuck I did in my past life. It really don't matter, but I know this life, gosh, to get it right. And it obviously starts with self. It obviously starts with self. You gotta honestly find it where you can enjoy. You can be love yourself once you find love. Because when we let's use love synonymously. You know what I'm trying to say. Don't laugh at me. Synonymously with God. God is everything. God created the heavens and the earth, which means God created spirit level or the higher astral plane or to the highest level, even outside of that, down to the most dense materials, down to dirt, rock, trees, cats, dogs, lions, wolves, tigers, bears, oh my, to humans. If you come to a level of understanding that that is God too, then you can understand love. If you can understand, if you see everything out there as God, you're going to see yourself as that too. You're going to see God within you. That's when you fuck around and figure out, like, oh, these are not my flaws. Oh, these ain't my flaws. This is my individuality. That's another word I want to use. Yeah, these not my flaws. This is my individuality. Damn, what's the word I want to use? But this is what makes me this is my uniqueness. You see what I'm saying? This is my uniqueness. Because you may feel like you hate your nose. Somebody else may see it and feel like that's the most beautiful thing on you. Why you can't feel that? You may see your lips as what everybody getting lip filler. You may feel like your lips so little, young lady, but somebody else see them and see they beautiful. Instead, you go change them. So all that shit is demonstrating lack of self-love, lack of recognizing your uniqueness, lack of loving God. You can disagree with your mama. She she brought you in this world. Her and your daddy brought you in this world. I don't need you to love me. I don't even need you to respect me. Cause I respect me and I love me. You see what I'm saying? How this shit work? Come on, man. Let's go on to this next video. We finna put up another from our OG Bobby. What'd he say? Talk to him, Bobby.
If you ever have the opportunity, you're supposed to let it consume you. A lot of men fight it. When I was young, I used to fight it. Go to all my friends, getting their advice, don't want to face the facts. You see what I'm saying? And one brother stepped to me and said, hey man, you need to go quit talking to all these guys. See, they're only giving you their experience. And whatever you're going through, you need to know it. It's for you. It's not for them. They can give you all the experience on what you're going to do about this love. But face the fact. So as I got older, I found out, and wiser in this knowledge, you let it consume you. You just surrender to it. Submission is power. So you let it give you the beat down. And then you get the benefits from it. Because all you're doing when you're surrendering to it, you surrendering to your own soul, rising to another level.
Shout out to whoever posted that. Y'all go follow them. All right. You surrender to it. Don't that sound like some shit like surrender to God? It's the same shit. You submit. You submit to God. And you see God in the other person. That's what you do. You submit. You submit to the God within yourself and you submit to the other person. That divine spark of a soul that's in the person, that little aspect of God that's in that person. That's what you submit to. You don't submit to a man because a man pay bills and take care of the house. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he changed brakes and changed oil and fix shit around the house. And he's strong. He's 6'5" with a 12-inch dick. You don't submit for that. You don't. You submit to love. I said love is synonymous with God. You submit to love within itself because your ego is like, no, I can't do this because I'm you. No, this is how I grew up, and this is not why I wanted to go. I wanted to go like this, and I needed to go like this. My expectations is this, and now love is having me feeling all funny, and I'm doing shit. And I can't. I'm discombobulated. Let it consume you because love is a fire. Let the love consume you. Your ego's gonna tell you. See, I be asking women, right? I mean, a lot of them. And I asked them, I'm like, okay, because everybody got a type, right? You got this superficial ass type, but yet you still single, yet you still get cheated on. You see what I'm saying? Like, what if the type that you going for, it ain't even what if the type that you got is not it's not the one that's for you. What shaped your type? Was it movies? Was it the culture? Was it your family? Was it tradition? What shaped your type? Obviously, your type ain't working. Keep your standards, lower your expectations. Matter of fact, refine your standards of love or even the type of person that it can show up in. Because if you put love in this box, like we saying love is synonymous with God. If you put love in this box, right? I mean, everything that is love, the type of partner, how it's supposed to be played out, everything is in this box. So that means everything outside of that box is not love. Check this out. Religious folks do the same thing with this book right here. Same thing. Everything within this Bible is God. Anything outside of it, it's not God. How the fuck can you put God in a box? God created everything. It don't say in your own Bible, it does not say that God created some things and not those things. You see what I'm saying? Everything God created. God so loved the world, nigga. The whole thing, not some of the things in the word, not that and this and that and this. You putting everything in this box, so that's why your susceptibility to things is boxed and closed off. You can't see. You too close to the picture. You too close to the picture. You're focusing on this part of the picture. This motherfucker this big. You missing the point when it comes to love. And this for folks who still trying to figure this love shit out. If you already then told your subconscious mind, fuck love, get money, do your thing. I give zero fucks. Because I'm not trying to be in a relationship with you. I wouldn't even deal with no shit like that. That's part of my standards. That's realistic, right? Or is that too far fetched? So you too rigid. Your mind is too rigid. You're not open. You're not open for new experiences and new type of things. What if I said this on Instagram or something? What if everything you ever wanted to be, think about it. It ain't even what if. Everything that you want to be is everything you are not right now. I want to be this famous movie star. I want to be a famous rapper. I want to be a millionaire. I want this. I want that. But you're going to have to change your perception in your daily task in the way that you view yourself for you to become that. Right? So you're not that yet. Why though? Because you have a rigid outlook on life, rigid outlook on yourself, a very boxed in view of yourself, a very boxed in view of love, a very boxed in view of God. That's why this shit ain't working for the masses. That's why I said in one of my old videos, I said, bro, why do you think motherfucker be like money this and money that? Why you think rich people, they still getting divorced? It ain't about money, a man having the money. She could be the finest thing. What made no difference? He can be the richest, tall, dark, and handsome, whatever your standards here, girl. It wouldn't make no difference. She can be all your standards, bro. It would make no difference. It's not money. Because money goes up and down like this too. You can't fuck money. You can't get compassion from the money. You can get a lot of temporary shit that all at the end of the day diminishes. If you Christian, you love Jesus, then you know why. He said, why would you store all your treasures? Why would you spend all this time on earth storing all your treasures where thieves can steal it and mold can take over it? Instead, you should be storing your treasures up for heaven. Y'all don't live like that. You ain't living like that. The treasure is finding out this path to enlightenment. This is the treasure. This shit is the best shit I could ever been doing. I'm talking about from experience. Anybody who's really on that enlightenment path, they understand what I'm saying. What's better than this? Yeah, I like kicking it. You know what I'm saying? Going out drink, kicking with the homie, whatever the fuck the case may be. Eating some good food, the other regular normal human shit. Hit the club, whatever. Go see some triples. You know what I'm saying? Pussy, women, you like dick. We same shit because we're in a human body, right? We're in a human existence. But nothing's better than getting enlightenment, knowledge of self. You unlock so much shit. It make life. It start off making life stressful, but at the end, once you really get a grips on conscious and awareness, it makes life easier. There ain't nothing to stress about. I'm not talking about that all black people need to get together and do this and all we need to. That shit gonna have your ass stressed out because black people ain't gonna get on one accord, bro. It ain't happening. Penny used to say, nigga, you can't even get black people to agree on red or grape Kool-Aid, nigga. So you think you're gonna get all black people to agree? Get your group or whatever you're gonna do if you want that level of shit and do that. I don't need all that, me personally. You know what I'm saying? And I respect that. May even support that when people got that type of shit going on. You know what I'm saying? I'm not on that. That's not, put it like this, it's not a high priority for me in this incarnation. Because I'm definitely not saying it's not needed. You did what I'm saying? But that ain't my mission. My mission is self-enlightenment, the self journey. And when I look at self, the love of self, I can see it in the next one. And that's my lover. That's my baby. When we fuck under the cover, she a choosy lover. Never fuck without a rubber. We gonna be fucking without rubbers though. So you niggas gotta get out of that. Niggas and women, male and female. Right? So let's tap into the next one. Then I got another little video I'm gonna pull up. Do I want to read that part? Hold up. This book is called The Science of Love by John Baines. Another Bobby Hemming recommendation from the if you ever seen Bobby Hemming love tape. Real fast shit. And you know what I'm saying? That's what I respect, bro. Bobby and Panic, I ain't never hear no men talk about love like that, bro. Not where I come from. Not in my real close and personal life. I ain't hear men talk about love, bro. On an evolved level. And I'm like, yeah, I love her because she do this shit for me. Yeah, I love her because she do this. Yeah, I love her because she like that. Man, I love the way she. I ain't hear niggas talk about love on a level like how I'm sitting here talking about now. Bobby and Panic did that shit, and that shit brightened my life. Because in my last relationship, bro, like as much trauma as it was, and I said like that was like some real like all the police call 911 type trauma. What that but hurt and pain that went through, I learned so much about myself by being with this woman. I wouldn't change that shit for the world, bro. That shit jumped me up some levels going through that type of love. It was a fire. It was a fire with that shit. Like very man, bro, a level of evolving happened in that relationship. Beautiful. And for that, I could never not love that woman. Don't mean I'll be with it again. But for that, I could never not love her because I see her in me. I see me in her. I see God in her because I see God in me. God taught me a lesson, nigga. So here we go right here. He says, check this out, right? This collective soul has been described by Jung as the collective unconsciousness, and through it, the individual receives an inheritance which governs its behavior. Karma is cause and effect. And through it, the individual which governs his behavior, appearance, his feelings, his actions, and his thoughts. Man believes that he acts that's his man believes that his acts are a result of his own volition. Man believes that his acts are a result of his own volition. But in reality, he is only acting out the directives of the collective soul, and therefore must resign himself to sharing the common fate of his fellow man, unless he luckily enough to reach a hermetic school. So obviously during it, the school of hermetics, you know what I'm saying? Fuck it. He talking about being initiated. You ain't gotta go through initiation now. They all the information is out. Souls going through their own individual humans going through their own level of initiation. You just what it's called waking up. It's called being awakened. You know what I'm saying? So you're going through your own. I mean, even life in its own, because we part of the individual soul, is being initiated or has been initiated. As long as you got a human body, you initiate. You see what I'm saying? So you don't got to go through that level of initiation. And he's saying that because you break away from this psyche that everybody else has, that regular humanity has. There's nothing special like that is only happening right now. Even in the ancient times. Even in the ancient times. Hold up. So it ain't nothing special. Even back then, motherfucker talking about Egyptians and this and Egyptians that. Man, I shit keep making my hat look crooked as hell. But even during that time, you had common folks who had the common belief and understanding of the world. Everybody wasn't on the same shit the high priest was on. They didn't understand multiple levels of the soul. Maybe they knew more than what an average motherfucker knew now. You see what I'm saying? But they still had that. They still had distractions. They still had normal, regular human shit. Let's go to the net one. Let's go to the net one. Hold up. Cause bro talk some shit. I don't know how much I want to read, but bro talk some shit. Hold up. All right. So this first chapter, what this chapter talks about is called. Oh no, this is the prologue. Fuck it. My nigga said, check this out. Those who are guided by base and selfish motives cannot imagine the existence of higher love. Those who are guided by base and selfish motives cannot imagine the existence of higher love. They are content with the simple mating habits of animals. Niggas is animals. To achieve higher love and unprogrammed and objective intelligence, which comes from consciousness awareness, is necessary. You niggas ain't getting no soulmates if you ain't, motherfucker, you ain't even aware. You gotta be aware of your soul to even be, how the fuck you gonna get soulmate? You don't even know, you ain't aware of your own soul. You ain't aware of what a soul is. It says to achieve higher love and unprogrammed. You motherfuckers too programmed. Everybody look around. Too programmed, bro. And you have to be unprogrammed. You have to have an unprogrammed and objective intelligence. Objective. Objective means outside of the five senses. You have to be beyond your five senses. Taste, fuck, lick, touch, hear, see, smell. You have to think, you have to have an intelligence that expands outside of the five senses. This awareness can be reached in a school for initiation, but not through the programmed intelligence of rote memory. Not just this regular ass human ass shit that everybody doing. I want to be a boss. I want to own a business. Date them all. These bitches don't want shit but money. I ain't doing that if you ain't put no ring on my finger. I ain't put no ring on your finger. You dress like that, or you act like that. On the contrary, divine love means attaining an integral love which covers every facet of love, not normally taken into account. Not the normal shit that people identify as love. We talking about covering every facet. Divine love aims for a love that not only satisfies the body, or we still talking about the love of five senses, right? But also the soul, the mind, and the spirit as well. We gonna get it, bro. This is gonna be long, cause the unfortunate shit, bro. All right. All people who operate from a purely instinctual point of view are excluded from the possibility of attaining true love, because the key to love is through transcendence of the baser side of nature. You niggas can't. It's 4:44 right now. It's 4:44 p.m. You niggas and you bitches alike. You live completely instinctual. I like how my head keep looking crazy. We live in completely instinctual. I think Trad broke it down like that's what these NPCs are. They on automatic pilot. What's automatic pilot? The body automatically works off of instincts. The same as a fucking dog. A dog knows how to be a dog. Automatically comes in doing doggy shit. It doesn't go to higher levels of consciousness and awareness and intelligence. The buddhi, the higher self. Not like a human does. The human has that capability. You niggas and bitches act like you don't have the capability. Or maybe this not your incarnation for it. So this level of love that motherfuckers be talking about, soulmate, twin flames, whatever the fuck we gonna call that high level of love, or at least some balanced ass love, you're not gonna be able to be operating in survival mode. You still operating in survival mode. That's what you need to understand. I ain't gonna be out here. I ain't gonna be out here in survival mode with no man. Survival mode is you getting with him, but survival mode is doing anything to make sure that you survive. Right? Sometimes it does just mean anything, but you're doing things to make sure that you survive. You get him because he has a good job and take care of the bills. Why? Because you ain't gonna have to worry about bills. You trying to survive from being impoverished. You're getting with her because her looks or her sex or how she take care of kids. You trying to survive from not having from having a bitch with some weak pussy who's gonna fuck everybody. She got some little morals. Yeah, so you're trying to survive. You're running from that. You're trying to survive that. The opposite of all the shit I just said. God damn it. Corrupt love leads invariably to psychological and spiritual destruction. That shit I'm talking about right now. Even where it sounds. Oh, y'all got a good job. He got a good job. We got kids. We didn't have kids till we got married. We got a house. We got this. We got that. Ain't none of that shit got to do. Ain't none of that shit you talking about got to do with shit with Jesus. J man. This is for the folks who do believe in Jesus or fucking around. But at the same time, ain't none of that shit got nothing to do with God. Ain't none of that shit got nothing to do with self-recognition, self-enlightenment, self-love. None of that. That's some shit this Caucasus Mountain dude and came up with and told you that you need to have to be able to value yourself. Education, job, car, good credit, business, nice clothes. Why you valuing another human being off of that? Because that's how you value yourself. You selfish. And you very materialistic. And that is the lead of psychological, of invariable. Hold up, corrupt love leads invariably to psychological and spiritual self-destruction. You on a road to self-destruction. Shit you talking about ain't got shit to do with God. Shit you talking about ain't got shit to do with love. People love the idea. I remember I was listening to a radio show. She called in and called Angela Lee and them and told us like she like, what do I need to do? They was telling secret, what do I need to do? I love my husband and what? Well, I love the idea of him because he protects, he provides, he's good with the kids. But I think I'm really in love with my male best friend. She's like, what, for real? I'm like, yeah, I'm really in love with him. He understands me emotionally. He understands me spiritually, he understands me. And I feel the same way about him. She was like, the girl was like, okay, well, leave your husband if you know that's your person. She ain't say shit about the kids. She was like, nah, we got kids. She was like, yeah, but I would if he was more financially stable. She's like, what? Go over there, help the man. Why don't you work together with the man? Why don't you work together with the man to get the finance to where you need to get? And then you'll have the finances and the love that you know you're supposed to be with. This bitch. She's like, yeah, but man, the girl on the radio said, okay, shit, I ain't got shit else to tell you. You wanted an answer, you wanted help. I ain't got nothing else to tell you. If you ain't gonna do it, I ain't bye. I don't even know why you still on the phone. Chew it out. You see what I'm saying? Like you notice the love of your life, and the only reason you ain't with him for some fucking money. When everybody know you can make more money can be made. It's not like they don't print the shit. Motherfuckers want to be selfish. That's a selfish bitch. I'm gonna keep it straight 100. That's a selfish bitch. You don't want to work together with the man. You see what I'm saying? Now, of course, I'm not saying do this for each and every man. Like, no, fuck no. But she's saying she already figured out that that's the one she supposed to be with. She's supposed to be with. Not she think. You see what I'm saying? She's supposed to be with. And you're going to let money be the barrier between it. Underdeveloped ass bitch. A man who might possess exquisite qualities becomes a bore. The subject in effect, hold up. Corrupt love invariably leads to psychological and spiritual destruction. This disillusion is neither violent nor spectacular, but rather one produced gradually with the passing of time, which submits the individual to the raw force of nature. The subject, in effect, is gradually absorbed by nature's stronger principles, little by little, almost unwittingly, losing his higher faculties, while his bestial side is strengthened. His bestial side is strengthened, becoming more and more like an animal. A man who might possess exquisite qualities becomes a bore in a caricature, like a carcass of what he once was. So what he used to be, this love is diminishing him. What he think is love, because it's so humanistic, it's so animalistic, it's based off the most basic, lowest level shit. A woman, delicate, lovely, and refined, gradually becomes hard and vulgar. These bitches becoming like men. Not even that. The lower qualities of a man, put it like that. You see what I'm saying? The lower qualities of men, they becoming more hard and more vulgar. No, go fuck on, no, bitch ass nigga. It's a reality. It's a reality. Lower qualities, not shitting on women, but sometimes women that take everything as some women. Some women will take things in that manner. Then you have some women who understand that a nigga speaking truth here. Those are the ones I'm talking to. So, can you hear me? Okay. The result, these changes are not necessarily the result of aging, but of the rapture of natural principles caused by a loss of interior innocence. You lost your innocence. You lost your innocence. All right, this is what he talk about corrupt love. Boy, okay, yeah. Because he got another section here that talks about the etymology. The why do people get married? Man, I'm gonna read this really quick passage from this chapter, which I wasn't gonna read. Right? It says, "Marriage, however, the aspect of marriage which most often fails is it is the most important aspect. This, or however, the aspect of marriage which most often fails is the most important aspect. What is that? Love. All that other shit fuck around and work out. Home, crib, car, house, cars, money, same shit ain't it? But what ends up failing? Love. Ain't that some shit? The whole point of getting married is for love and all right. Marriage has become utilitarian, based on economic upkeep for the wife, administration of the home for the husband, and education for the children. It seems right? But yeah, nigga, that ain't it. A similar attitude applies to sexual side of marriage, a utilitarian approach or manipulation of the spouse for one's own physical pleasure. This situation is emotionally dangerous and is a form of psychological bondage. What else I gotta say? Look at the world. I ain't gotta explain that shit. Look at the world. In true love, there's a higher purpose in the union, one transcending self interest. True love, little known to the human species, is a form of divine love. The love is the opposite of the darker and selfish love known as corrupt love that you niggas love, that you niggas are, which is the expression of a corruption of the natural and a deviation from nature. Y'all niggas love and you niggas and bitches love is unnatural. It's unnatural. It's not in harmony. It's selfish. It's based off physical benefits, from money to kids to sex. This shit should be very easy to get. Let's go another one. Let's pull up my boy Sat Guru. My boy Sat Guru talk. Did that. Did that.
To squeeze joy out of the other person.
Ooh, bars. Come on, bring it,
if you were
bring it.
joyful by your own nature, you would naturally have wonderful relationships with anybody you meet.
Come
But
on,
right
man.
now you're seeing how to squeeze joy out of this person.
That's how.
So, in pursuit of happiness, you're going to somebody. Well, that's bound to be a disaster somewhere.
Because you're not happy within.
You're not.
You're trying to get it from somebody.
Somewhere else, you're trying to…
And you will become a nuisance after some time, though initially it's an exchange program. After some time, it'll be a nuisance.
Beautifully said. That's a life.
Can you understand it? Can you understand it? You see what I'm saying? Eventually that shit you talking about becomes a nuisance. Why do you think people end up getting divorced? Why do you think people end up breaking up after being for so long? You have become a nuisance in this whole love aspect because you're trying to squeeze joy out of them. You think the next person can give it to you. They can't. You gotta already be joy. You gotta live. That has to be your existence. Love has to already be your existence. And I told you, when you see God in everything, you can see joy. So you can see it in yourself. If you looking at me right now through this camera and you don't see God, you don't see it in yourself. You can't. This is the basis of all esoteric study. Don't hurt me none. I wish you better. I wish you had higher levels of understanding of this shit. But you're trying to squeeze joy out the next person. You see what I'm saying? That goes back into that shit that date them all, sis. Date them all. Or niggas doing the same shit. You just bouncing from the next motherfucker trying to get what you can get out of them. This excitement, this joy, this and that, this and that, this and that. And you end up dating all these men. You a human being, so you're gonna end up fucking them. Maybe not everyone, but enough. Men, same thing. You're doing the same shit. Well, obviously, because the man is the opposite side of the spectrum of one of the ones who's dating them, getting dated by all of them. You see what I'm saying? Same shit. You're trying to get this little joy and this feeling and this rush and this happiness out on, but it don't last long. And before you know it, you done dated them all. And your ass 60 years old. And you done ran through 3-4 goddamn dogs. All your dogs done died. You still ain't found the love. You don't have to have all these dogs and cats and pets and shit. Still ain't found love. You gonna act like you don't want it though, man. I don't want it, because people deep down inside you do, because this is the nature of human beings, to find that oneness in the other. Because the other is really the one that's you. I'm not saying don't date. I definitely ain't saying that shit. I'm definitely not saying don't date. Date who the fuck you want to. But the thing is, why you doing so much is because you're trying to find something outside of you. You see what I'm saying? You shouldn't even have to get. Come on, bro. You're trying to find something outside of you, men and women. You're trying to find something outside of you. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. I'll come to that realization that's not how it works. If you want this higher level of this understanding of love or experience of love, it gotta come from within. Please tell me another way that it can exist. Because these expectations you're gonna put on your partner, they not gonna be able to keep him and fulfill them. The nigga is not finna keep dating you for the rest of his life. He not finna keep bringing. He does keep bringing you flowers. The effects of bringing you flowers all the time is not gonna work no more. You're gonna be sick of the shit. You can only take so. How many fucking trips can you take? How many sexual positions can you do in fucking? How many new cars can you fucking drive? You can only drive one. How many times can you renew your fucking vows? How many times can you get married to one person? Not saying. What I am saying is refine your standards and lower your fucking expectations, because we humans. No one person is at one state of action or thought or experience their whole life. That's not the point of life. Life would be one flat ass line. They're like, beep. Like, you know how when the heart beating going up and down, it goes up and down, right? That's showing life. If the heart rate is going up and down, life stops when it flatlines. So if you flatline, if you expecting a flatline ass love where it's always the same, that's not real. That don't exist. People do not deliberately choose to know about love, but they do not make the effort required to grasp its dynamics. People do not deliberately choose not to know about love, but they do not make the effort required to grasp its dynamics. Nobody wants to put in the real work to try to get a real understanding on love. You got this love and basketball ass type love you want. All the love movies, all these what books women used to read about love and shit, them type shits. This fantasy shit. And I say that because man didn't grow up reading shit like that. We didn't grow up being programmed for love. So we at fault here too. We don't try to grasp the understanding of love. Is this making sense? But they do not make the effort required to grasp its dynamics. This tendency is especially evident when people repeatedly fail in love and marriage. Think about how, come on. Despite these failures, check this out. Despite these failures, marriage, relationship, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever the fuck it may be, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever the fuck you may do. Despite these failures, they do not seek the reason for their relationship's failures, but simply attribute it to not having found the right person. It's always the next motherfucker. It's never me. It ain't never nothing I done. She went the right one for me. He went the right one for me. I thought he was this and he wasn't that. It's always them. Never you. Never you. Victim mentality. The fruitless search for the right person, the fruitless, not the fruitful, the fruitless search for the right person may last for all one's life. At no point do people stop and think that the reasons for failures in their relationships lie in their own inability, in ignorance of the nature of love. Love cannot be something which is improvised and practiced haphazardly, but must be studied with the same enthusiasm and care used to approach a knowledge of any art. Nigga, this shit is an art, nigga. You need to approach it in that sense to get a real understanding of this shit. What Sadhguru say? You trying to squeeze the joy out the other? That's not how it works, bro. You eventually squeeze them to the point they ain't got no more. You don't give them time to read. You squeezing the balloon, all the air out of the balloon, and then get mad when a balloon go flat. That's what you doing to love. Squeezing the shit out of it until it go flat, and then talking about ain't no more love. Then no, you gotta reignite the shit. Blow more air back into the balloon, nigga. If the balloon pop, figure out another way to patch that bitch back together. You ain't got to keep going and get a new balloon every time. Get creative. It's an art. Get creative with that balloon. Patch it back. Do something. You can figure it out. Human beings and figured out how to create an airplane, nigga. Niggas done figure out how to do FaceTime, nigga. You can figure it out if you cared about love that much. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm saying again, love is synonymous with God. That's how I know you bitches and niggas alike. You don't love your God. The God you say you love, niggas like, oh, you got all the devil shit in your background and you don't believe in God. You don't. You can tell by your psychology that you don't. You can tell by the way that people look at love that they don't. Don't put that on me. Fuck, nigga. Fuck, nigga. Don't make me put a slug in you. Hold on, let's see. I had some. Oh, yeah, he was breaking down that. Okay, let's see. Why do people get married? I wasn't finna read this, but I think this is cool. Because our women have been trained, all women, different cultures, different ethnicities have been trained to get married. If you like it, if you love it, put a ring on it. You see what I'm saying? Why do they do that? Matter of fact, let's get a little deeper, quick understanding. Let's see how far we want to go with this. Because, like I said, we're going to be here for a while. Love is no short matter. This ain't no TikTok level of this shit. This ain't short content. It will be chopped up. But this ain't short content. There's that real it is shit. I don't want no smoke with nobody. I don't want to smoke with nobody. I'm just trying to be in love. I'm already in love with self. And I'm willing to give that shit to somebody else. The etymology of the word matrimony comes from the Latin word mater, mater, and moni, munia, meaning respectively mother and duties, a reflection of the responsibility of children who come as a result of marriage. Because marriage ain't just going to the preacher and getting a preacher to bless you. You get marriage starts on a higher plane first. Everything comes from the spiritual and trickles down to the physical. That's how we talk about soulmates. If you know you with your fucking soulmate, how the fuck can a preacher justify it? Like, nigga, you ain't got nothing to do with this, bro. This is my soul mate, not church goal mate, not my. Come on, man. A reflection of responsibility of children who come as a result of marriage. In ancient legal texts, Pope Gregory VI wrote that the child for the mother is erroneous, onerous, onerous, before birth, painful at birth, and burdensome after birth. The most commonly acknowledged reason for marrying is love. The prospects and expectations for a man and a woman. Hold up. The prospects and expectations for a man and a woman, however, are quite different. She seeks security of a home and all that implies economic well-being, protection, romantic tenderness, and the opportunity to become a mother. That don't sound like programming. I'm not saying there's wrong with it, right? I'm not saying you can't have true love if you got all that. I'm just saying that shit is cookie cutter. That's cookie cutter. A man, for his part, looks for sexual gratification, a home that supports him and cares for him, and a mother caretaker for his children. That's cookie cutter. To the point where everybody feel like if they don't have that, it's not love. It's not a successful marriage. You're so rigid. You put everything in a motherfucking box. And if it's not in the box, it can't be it. This is what I mean. Marriage has become the fundamental unit of society and structures which permit the reproduction of the human species. Millions of marriages throughout the world comply with the accepted aims of the procreation of children and mutual love and protection. However, the aspect of marriage which most often fail is the aspect which is most love. I already told y'all this, didn't it? Okay, we already read some of this part. In true love, there's a higher purpose in the union of transcendent self-interest. I'm gonna read it again. Fuck it, I read it. True love, little known to the human species, is a form of divine love. This love is the opposite of the darker and selfish love, known as corrupt love, which is the expression of a corruption of the natural in a divination from nature. The painful for reality is that people don't have the slightest idea of what love really is and don't know how to love the opposite sex, the world, nor themselves. You don't even know how to love yourself. You don't love yourself if your body don't look right. You don't love yourself if you ain't got enough money. You don't love yourself if you ain't got a job. You don't love yourself if you ain't got makeup on. Yeah, you say you do, but yes, keep it 100. I'm talking about for the majority. not individually. I'm not talking to you individually. You don't love yourself, bro, if you ain't getting to the bag. You don't love yourself if you ain't got a haircut, you ain't got on the nicest clothes, bro. You don't love yourself if your money low right now. No, you don't. You don't even want to be seen. These laws apply not only to love, but to the phenomena of life, and are expressed not in numbers, but in truth, which are self evident only to those who reach a higher state of consciousness. These teachings are for those who act from a spiritual direction and not from their animal nature. These teachings are for those who act from spiritual direction and not from their animal nature. Spirituality is not religious bigotry or easy mysticism, but an elevated state of consciousness in which the spirit manifests itself through one's own mind. When a person The definition of spirituality requires clarification. When a person reaches an elevated state of consciousness, he attains an integral intelligence, a precious possession which can lead to true love. Cerebral intelligence intelligence is highly limited as it keeps a person bound to rigid programming. That's what I'm talking about this whole time. Rigid. You too rigid. Your programming is very rigid, which denies experience if it is not part of the original programming. Damn, I just said that's my whole thing I'm saying right here. If it's not part of the original programming, you deny it. What if the type of person that you say is your type is not really the type for you that you need to get the type of love you say that you want? Niggas and bitches, cerebral intelligence, however great it may be, lacks the necessary power to achieve happiness and love, human fulfillment, a higher state of consciousness, full communication with others, and inner peace. This last one right here, y'all, I feel like it's gonna be fire. Traditionally believe that love is a force which flows as spontaneously as a mountain stream. This notation is perhaps the greatest error of all. For love did not exist as a gift or as a natural faculty, but is instead a technique, a science which one must master if one is to be successful. It's a science because it has peaks and valleys. You got to study the chart to know this. Because your life is a science. Esoteric spirituality is a science that needs to be studied. God is something that needs to be studied to get to understand it. Doesn't it say in the Bible, study to show thyself approved in the face of God or the Lord or whatever it says? It's a science that needs to be studied because I'm telling you, love is synonymous with God. They're not two separate things. So you niggas and bitches don't love God. It ain't me because of the shit that I got up on my wall. Lame man, nigga. Fuck going on? Now, we finna get into some of this shit. But before that, guess what else we got? We got another one for my nigga Saw Guru. Because you niggas is so rigid. You niggas and bitches so rigid with what love can be. That's what you miss it. You bitches miss it. That I talk about that, like, bitch made a post like, I told this nigga I wasn't. Hold up, bro. Before I open this up, bro. Seen a post on Facebook where she said, um, this girl talking to a dude and they, you know what I'm saying? I guess they got it going on dating and whatnot, and she ended up telling him. She told him like, hey, you know what I'm saying? I don't think I'm ready for a relationship right now. This and this and this and that. He said, okay, cool, understood, and blocked her. And then she made the post like, see, this what I'm talking about. This one I don't fuck with niggas. Nigga ain't apply no pressure or nothing. Like, and then a nigga get called sassy for that. Like, bitch, you trying to play these stupid, fucked up mind games. These unevolved as level of a brain you got. I don't, some people do this shit as a joke, so it may not even be a real situation. But I know bitches think like that. So he didn't apply no pressure. If a nigga start applying pressure after you told him you didn't want him, now he looks desperate, and now he's already been told he's not wanted. Why would he stay around and apply some pressure? That's weird shit. That shit weird as hell. That what you want from niggas? Like, so you know what I'm saying? I don't need the big wide spectrum of a whole bunch of women to pick from, because I know a lot of people are already conditioned with a certain level of mentality, and I'm not trying to help fix nobody from their level of where they at if they not even trying to do it on their own. See, I ain't got no problem be right there with a person on their journey. You see what I'm saying? That ain't what I'm saying. But that level of dumbass thinking, playing around, like, come on, bro. How old is you? How old is you? Lame man. All right. So now the unfortunate takes it even to a higher level. Hold up. I don't think we need to go to marriage. I think we ran through that already. So this gets a little bit more esoteric. All right. She gets a lot more esoteric with it, because she's breaking down she's talking about the whole thing of love, but she's breaking it down from the higher spiritual planes down to the material plane. And she using each plane as a body: the emotional body, the astral body, the mental body, the etheric body, the physical body. All these planes of existence is an actual body. Matter of fact, it's an actual existence. So your emotions exist in a fucking existence. You are not your emotions. That's what you got to understand too. Now she's getting to this point, brother. I don't know how long we're gonna be here, y'all. She getting to a point though, and this is how you get this whole soulmate thing, this whole twin flame thing. Because how can you have a soulmate if you don't understand the anatomy of the soul, or the cosmology of the soul, or the astrology, whatever fuck word of the soul? You don't even know what it is. So how do we get there? How do we know what it is? So she starts this one. Hold up. Oh, I may need to start right here, buddy. All right. Okay. Like I tell you, she break it down on the levels of planes. You have to go through the levels of planes and understanding this whole soulmate thing and understand the love. Why? Because I said love is synonymous with God. So you got to understand these different levels of existence that God has created, right? If you want to look at it from that point of making God something like a man just doing something, that's just the easiest way to explain it without going too deep. Esoteric science recognizes more forms of matter than are known to physics and chemistry. It distinguishes, firstly, the original vortices of stability. Secondly, their combinations into 7 simple types of molecules. Thirdly, it conceives combinations of these molecules into denser and more complex structures. And fourthly, the further combinations of hold up, I lost my spot. The further combinations of which these relatively complex structures forms the units. Damn. In fact, what the fuck? They can't be. In fine, it distinguishes the prime atom of manifestation arising from the great manifest and the 7 types of molecules in these great divisions of matter, as known to the exoteric science, are called the 7 planes of manifestation, of which the matter then composes our material world, and which alone is known to the exoteric scientists, forms the denser and the most inert subdivision, in the latest to be formed in the evolutionary time. Thus, it will be seen that the esoteric sciences has for his studies a manifested universe 7 times as great as the that is cognized by the esoteric sciences. These 7 planes, while all arise from the unmanifest as first cause, are conceived of as having immediate causal relations amongst themselves. So they got causal relations going on amongst themselves. Can we get a picture? It'll make it easier if I can give y'all a visual. Damn. Damn. Fuck. Okay, I'll try to do it with this one. Because you can correlate it with the chakras. But these are different planes. Up here, you have the unmanifest. This white part up here is the unmanifest. Before God created heaven and earth, right? Is that what it's saying in the Bible, right? And then God hits here Kether and starts creating. And then it has different levels of planes going down. Right here, this is the tree of life. But it has different levels of planes that go down. And each level of plane governs a different body. Emotional plane, the physical plane all the way at the bottom, the theory plane, the astral plane, the mental plane, the concrete, the abstract mind plane. It has levels to it. So you're going down the levels, and you need to understand this to get to the point of what you're talking about with a soul, which may be called the plane, which may be called the plane of effect. Hold up. Thus, the first plane to develop gives rise to the second, determines its manifestation, and the second to the third, and so on, down to the final plane of physical matter. Physical, 5 senses, everything that you feel like is real, which may be called the plane of effects. Those are all the causal planes. This is the final plane, the plane of effects, the plane of physical matter, which may be called the plane of effects, whereon the results of activities on the subtler planes may be observed, and their consequences are finally reaped. It will thus be seen that the esoteric scientists acquainted with the laws of one of the higher planes could control conditions on all planes lying below. So if you try to control conditions down here, if you're trying to manifest, you got to understand the rest of the 6 other planes, because everything happens, like I said, everything happens on the spiritual planes first, planes with a S, and then trickles down to the physical body. That's magic. Learning how to tap, learning the laws of all these other planes and using them to your benefit. It's like tax law. You learning the tax codes. Instead of it being your enemy, you use them to your benefit. And it's voila, fucking magic. Now you ain't paying no taxes. Um, Not that you're not paying no taxes. Let me correct myself. I am not a financial advisor. Do not take anything I say as true when it comes to finances. I'm not your financial advisor. Please see a financial advisor for that. That was for entertainment purposes only. Okay. It is the aim of that branch of esoteric science, which is properly called magic, to obtain to obtain control of conditions upon one plane by acting upon the forces of the plane immediately above it. If you want to change something on the physical plane, hop into the etheric plane. Change something on the etheric plane and the physical plane, hop into that astro plane. You see what I'm saying? Nigga. Now, okay, I ain't gonna run through all this, but okay, so now she gets to talking about a monad, right? Or a divine spark of consciousness, a soul, right? Whose evolutions lead to the development of the human soul in the heights of spiritual grandeur that lie beyond it. For the ensouling life determines the configuration of the body. So once this soul projecting whatever hits all these different planes, is picking up each shit from each different plane, picking, oh, I like this, I like that, for lack of better terms, right? I like this, I like that, I want some of this, I want some of that, and put all this together, and boom, then it gets down and chooses its physical body. It picks up whatever all this and chooses its physical body. Incarnation, right? Get to that point of incarnation. Each plane is, comparatively speaking, a plane of free flowing life force as compared to the relative density of the plane below, out of which it builds a vehicle in which to confine its energies so that they may be directed to specific ends. So, like I just said, that's what it's doing. It's picking up different energies all the way down, right? And out of which it's actually building a vehicle, the fucking body. Each one that's above is building the body for the next one below. And then that one is building the body for the one below, because these planes are actually called bodies until you get down to the physical body where it's comprised of all 6 planes. So now on the 7th plane, all that shit is a great concoction of all that shit mixed together. The monad, then, as an unconditioned life, builds itself a vehicle of matter of the plane below, that of its own substance. The vehicle, however, though material when compared to the density of the plane above it, so each plane below is considered dense to the plane that's above it. So it just gets more dense, more dense, more dense, right? The vehicle, however, though material when compared to density of the plane of its ensouling life, is non-material is non-material when compared to the plane below. In this newly formed two-matter unit can build itself another and yet more conditioning body of manifestation on the next lower plane. Right? A human being, therefore, being regarded by esoteric science as it is a sevenfold creature. You have to understand you have 7 bodies. Like I told folks, like, bro, working out on your physical body ain't enough. You got 6 more. What about that? That's what we talking about in the last book, where they're talking about people getting to a certain level of awareness and understanding and consciousness and becoming true in spirituality. You become aware of these bodies, and that's the work you putting in. It ain't got shit to do with you having a good credit score, a job, and money, and all this and that. Yes, we need those things in this world, duh. But people root consciousness or root awareness is based in that only. That don't work for me. My values don't lie there. It's not that I don't value these things, but my level of value that I place in them, forget about it. Forget about it. And yo, Tony, forget about it. Forget about it, Tony. Not merely a quality of mind and body, he is considered to have a vehicle built out of the matter of each plane of manifestation, subject to the laws and conditions of that plane. And each plane have their own laws and conditions that it has to follow. Incapable of functioning thereon and nowhere else. Those bodies can only function on those bodies and nowhere else. Each vehicle is built about and controlled by the vehicle of that plane above. In the core of all, the monad derives its substance from the unmanifest as a form, an infinite reservoir of constant pressure. Like the unfortunate said in the Kabbalah, in a mystical Kabbalah book, She said somebody told her, or a wise man once said, if they had one way to describe God, it would just be pressure. God damn it, I shouldn't have said that, because the nigga go to a frenzy and try to explain what that is. Because it comes from everything comes from the unmanifest. And the unmanifest is this infinite reservoir of potential energy. The triple darkness of space, the triple goddess, the triple black goddess. Doesn't mean black like evil. It means negative, limitless. Then you got limitless light. Ein Sof and Ein Sofar. This is God before existence, before God created heaven and earth. Then God wants to actually think of something. When you think of something, when you create something, you create a form. When you form something, you create a pressure around it. When you form something, you create a limitation around it. If it has no limitation, it has no form. So God comes from something without form. It has no limitation. God has no limitations, right? It comes from something without limitation. I mean, shit, I can show you better than I can tell you. Limitless light, I ain't so far. And then it creates and it pushes something out. Birth, right? It births something. Kether. And this is actually what we call God. Kether. And then Kether creates everything else. God is pressure. The monad, as we know, is a defined spark of consciousness, sensitive to the conditions upon the plane of manifestation. As soon as it gathers about itself a vehicle of matter of the plane below its own, it obscures its consciousness if its own, it obscures its consciousness of its own plane, but extends its consciousness to its vehicle. So you extending your consciousness down all the way from up here to down here. And this is what a human being would be down here. So you extending that consciousness all the way down here from that plane. You're exonerating it from that plane down to the human being. That's how we know God is within. Therein, the buried monad has direct consciousness of one plane only. Dim at first in the primitive organization of the earliest cycles of evolution, and growing in clearness as sense organs were evolved, till we have the wonderful capacities of humans, eyes and ears, hands, feet, toes, legs, and all that, right? This means that evolution is bringing about the organization of the next body to be developed, and that its sense organs are beginning to cognize the conditions of the plane to which they correspond. In this way, evolution will continue to bring body after body into function until all seven bodies are organized and correlated, and the monad has complete expression. That's what we're doing. The human physical body has already reached its level of evolution. It's already reached its highest state of evolution. The next one is another body. It doesn't mean a physical body. It means another level of mind, of consciousness and awareness that human beings are going to. That's what we're supposed to be going. That's what we're supposed to be going, right? So I'm gonna run through these seven planes of existence, because she's gonna get into how twin souls relate to these seven planes of existence and these seven levels that a person can be loved on. All right. The planes of manifestation are constantly designated numerically, all right, but are not numbered from above downwards in the order in which they come into manifestation and in which order they have. For clearness sake, being presented to the reader, but I need to put my light on. All right, but being presented to the reader, but from below upwards, in order in which they become perceptible to the esotericist, who is developing clairvoyance. And this nomenclature, being the one established by custom, will therefore be employed, so that those already familiar with the subject may not be confused. And let's get it. The seven planes also known as the upper spiritual plane, the plane of pure spirit. The first phase of manifestation, it draws its substance and energy directly from the great unmanifest. Here we go. The unmanifest, highest plane here. We can even show it like this. Highest plane up here. This is how we get out. This is our 7 bodies being shown as chakras. Keep that in your mind while we reading. An energy direct from the great unmanifest, which, using the pictorial method, the only method by which esoteric sciences can be taught. We gotta be taught with symbols, because some of this can't be comprehended with words. Symbols may be the only way, pictures may be the only way. May be conceived as lying immediately above the 7th plane and as being a reservoir of infinite potential force, which, when it becomes actual, is referred to as being upon the 7th plane of manifestation. All right. When it becomes an actual thing, is being referred to as the 7th plane of manifestation. Upon this, that's the higher, man. Everybody should know, but if you know anything about the chakras, anybody watching this shit already know the chakras, I believe. Upon this plane, there is no differentiation whatsoever, and it is the plane upon which all are one and one is all. This is what I'm saying when we talking about love and being synonymous with God. All is one and one is all. All is God. Nothing is not God. All is God. God is all. The all is mind. The universe is mental. It has but 2 characteristics. The first is absolute harmony. Harmony, love. And the second, a tendency towards combination among its particles. Upon this plane, at the beginning of an evolution, issues into manifestation the monadic essence in which may issues into manifestation the moadic essence in which may be conceived as floating these innumerable, uncountable nuclei of life, the monads, which eventually develop into individualized human lives. 6th plane. The 6th plane, the lower spiritual plane, or of concrete spirit. In the course of ages of cosmic time, evolution bring and listen, in the course of ages of cosmic time. Now it's going to be 12 o'clock time. Evolution brings the organization of the moadic essence. The phase of the 6th plane, Heron, is found to diverge into the 7 different tendencies, 7 currents of outflowing, which are called the 7 rays, are designated by color names. And it is held that the monads, which may be conceived of as floating in each of these streams of spiritual tendency, will evolve to their ultimate perfection by means of a different type of activity. This partially does not imply a one-sided development, but that although all elements must be present, one will predominate and give the keynote. The prime characteristics of the 6th plane is tendency. So you had the tendency to become a Taurus with your moon and Venus, whatever the fuck, but you came in as a Cancer. Oh, we back. I wish I can cut that shit out, y'all. I don't know what the fuck happened, but all right. Yeah, I'm finna be hot, boy. It finna be hot, boy. It got already hot, boy. You ain't playing like that. All right. I don't know why I left off it, but we're gonna keep going. The fifth plane, the upper mental or plane of abstract mind. Abstract mind sees the development of qualities in the nomadic essence and the monadic essence. Remember, moadic is a divine spark, the soul, right? In its differentiation into types. From this point onwards, it would no longer be justifiable to speak of the moadic essence. For upon this plane, the life nuclei come into function, and life becomes lives. The one becomes many. All right, that's what that means. The fourth plane, the lower mental or the plane of concrete mind. Hold up, we good? We good? All right. Of concrete mind is characterized by finiteness, while it limits, gives a definitiveness which is lacking upon the higher planes. Gives a definitiveness which is lacking upon the higher planes. It is a plane of concrete thought and characterized by memory. So now we're at the plane of memory, concrete thought, lower mental plane of the concrete mind. And everything on that plane or that body is characterized. I hate my hat be looking like that, bro. But it don't look like that. But it do look like that. Fuck it. It's characterized by memory. The third plane of the upper astral, the plane of the emotions. The third plane is the plane of emotions, or the third body, or the upper astral. Is the plane of emotions and is characterized by response to attraction, the desire for union. Majority can get to the point, right? The majority of people can desire a union with somebody else. The the majority of us can. Everybody hits the emotional plane, even dogs and cats, right? The plane of emotions, and it is characterized by response to reaction, or I mean response to attraction for the desire of union. Everybody wants to get with it on some level of union. The second plane, the lower astral and psychic plane, is the plane of the instincts and passions and is characterized by the desire to attract or possess. Selfishness. You want to possess your partner. You see what I'm saying? You want to possess them to the point. Man, come on, bro. All right. Because she gonna get into it. The first or the physical plane is the material world as known by human beings with incarnate in bodies of flesh and blood. Them the planes. Okay. Let's see here. I don't think I want to go through that one. Okay, let's read it then. Thus, it will be realized man has, as it were, 7 different aspects to his nature. You got 7 different aspects to your nature. And the main thing that you base in love off of is provide and protect. Now, like I said, obviously that is the way it should be. But that's only one plane, that's only one aspect of your nature. That's the lowest. That's the lowest. That's the most animalistic nature. Because when you talk about provide and protect, you know, we all know damn well that it's only about money, finances. We know that. Now, this is on the man and the woman because he think he doing something because that's what he do. He pay bills and take care of finances. That's not that deep, bro. That's on one. That's the lowest level. That's the lowest level. You think you're small, bitch. You need to be thinking big. You think you're too small, bitch. You need to be thinking big. The monad, in the course of its evolution, is conceived as gathering about itself the matter of each plane. See? But long ages of experience and development are required before the masses of matter concerned become organized into definite bodies, capable of functioning both subjectively and objectively. Subjectively means functioning on a level where you don't even have to experience it with your five senses. Then objectively means experiencing it with your five senses, the material body. In other words, ages pass before the forming bodies are sufficiently evolved to carry on the function states of existence and to be aware of external conditions on their own planes of manifestation. So I do understand that if this is what I'm saying, everybody ain't gonna get to that point. Not ain't gonna get, you eventually gonna get, but I'm talking about it is in this incarnation, in the year we call 2024. You see what I'm saying? In this timeline, everybody ain't there. Everybody ain't there. Hold up. Yeah, I need to put my phone down. I ain't trying to get distracted. Everybody ain't there. Everybody ain't built. What people going through now in their incarnation, they building these bodies up. Some people taking longer. You see what I'm saying? Some people came way before, so they got way more experience. Oh, check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Because we finna get to the point. Well, we got some shit to go through, but hopefully y'all got time. But it's not common. Okay, the physical body both functions and is aware of its environment by means of direct consciousness. But in the average man, this is the only body that has yet obtained its full development. In him, however, the second, third, and hold up, my bad. The physical body both functions and is aware of its environment by means of direct consciousness, direct awareness. But in the average man, this is the only body that he has yet obtained its dual development in him. However, the second, third, and very often, the second and third, hold up, bro. And very often in civilized races, the fourth plane bodies are sufficiently developed to be capable of functioning subjectively. But it's not common to find a fifth plane body developed, carrying with it the power of abstract thought. And still rarer is it to find a true development of spiritual nature, as distinguished from emotional ideas appertaining to the third plane, from which are often mistaken for true spirituality. A lot of people think they doing spiritual shit because they feel this, my spirit told me this, or this and that, and they really only functioning on what plane is that? The fourth or the third? The third plane, the emotional body. You got to understand you are not your emotion. Your emotions exist on plane. You just connected to them. You have to be able to differentiate. You see what I'm saying? Because you got your higher self. They talking dealing with their higher self when they really dealing with their emotional body, their theory body. She said it's very to hit that level. I think now this is a book about 100 years old, damn near. So more people have obviously incarnated more advancements, more advanced souls of monadic divine sparks have obviously incarnated, right? So you got people hit that level of evolution, right? But a lot of people dealing with spirit and dealing with their emotional body. and more evolved type of man, look, in a more evolved type of man, however, we may get a development of one or more of the subtle bodies, which enable them to perceive their environment, means of direct consciousness, in contrast to the subconscious impressions. Basically, an opposite of subconscious impressions, as is the case for the unevolved man. See what I'm saying? Everybody think they own some, you know what I'm saying? Like, even like it wouldn't matter. Spirituality or fucking religious or educated or financially inclined with businesses or whatever the case may be. The evolved man is not letting subconscious impressions impress on his mind like the unevolved man. Those are unevolved people that letting their subconscious mind be impressed like that. They haven't built up a level of their subconscious mind to filter out the bullshit. Conscious mind, or everything goes through the conscious mind and goes to the subconscious, right? Or vice versa. Either way it goes, right? You ask me. But we ain't sitting up here getting what's that shit called? Our subconscious impressed. You out there getting impressed on. Lame ass. Thus, instead of merely being influenced by the subconscious, subconscious emotional states of his fellow friends or humans without knowing, listen, by emotional states of his fellows without knowing what is even the matter with them. You know how many people don't even know what the hell wrong with them? I'm talking about on an emotional level. They don't even know. As is usually, man is fully conscious of the feelings of his companions. Fully conscious of the feelings of his companions. Evolution is steadily developing the subtle bodies, as is proved by the fact that what is called psychism, being a psychic ability, is increasingly common in its minor manifestations. It is possible to be concentrating upon any state of consciousness to limit intention to that state alone, and by this means to perceive as a world of its own. So it's a way. Hold up, damn! I skipped over. What's the name? It is little understood. It is a little understood fact concerning nature that although a synthesis of all states of consciousness is the highest form of existence, it is possible by concentrating upon any one state of consciousness to limit intentions to that state alone. And by this means to perceive as a world of its own. So you can get to the psychic body, you can get to the astral body, you can get to the etheric body, you can get to the higher state of consciousness body and limit your intent to that state alone. So that's how you be getting in psychic, what's the name? That's how you begin psychically develop folks. That's how you get folks who can talk to spirits. They can limit their intent to that body or that manifestation or that plane alone and tap into shit that realm because they know how to limit their intent to stay right there in that place. But it is little realized the extent to which this expansion of consciousness takes place involuntarily in sleep amongst persons who have evolved a little beyond the average. And niggas certain nigga dreams be boy. Boy, don't want to fuck with me in a dream. Boy, tell you that now, boy. Be on 3,000. The true aim of evolution. All right. Do I want to run through this? It's hard to skip a lot of shit that she got. I'm gonna run through this one and then go straight into what she talked about with Twin Soul, I think, y'all. Because I think you got the understanding of the 7 planes, right? I think you got the understanding of the 7 planes. Okay. This chapter is called the esoteric concept of life and death. It ain't just, check this out. Esoteric science asserts the entirety of life. Its central concept is conceived in the word reincarnation, which implies an enduring unit of existence in soul in the succession of transient bodies. In order to render the concept clear, it must be remarked that the individuality in the personality two distinct aspects of man. The individuality is composed of the three higher bodies, the spark of pure spirit of the seventh plane, the concentrated spiritual nature of the sixth plane, and the abstract mind of the fifth plane. That's what individuality consists of. Check this out. These, once they have been evolved, are conceived of as enduring for an evolution and then being absorbed back into the infinite as organized centers of radiation. So that part comes down here. Have that experience or observation of however many lifetime incarnation. Then it goes back to the unmanifest. It goes back to the unmanifest up here. Not this, but up here. At this point, God is at this point right here. God is creating heavens, and earth, heavens, and then earth. Right. The four lower bodies: the concrete mentality, the emotional nature, the passional nature, and the physical body are regarded as temporary accretions of matter of their respective planes, which the individuality employs as a vehicle. That's why I said the individuality can be described as like the higher self or the soul or the spirit, and it employs this vehicle, which would be, because now it starts from a level, right? It trickles down, it employs itself or it, the experience something to experience or view it through. Because I'm saying to view, to see through, to watch, to observe, because that's what Purusha represents, the individual soul. How does it do that? It does that through concrete mentality, emotional nature, and the physical body are regarded as a temporary. The reality employs as a vehicle, so it's using all things as a vehicle. Your physical body is being used as a vehicle for the soul, to sum it up, in which collectively are said to compose the personality. That's what makes up the personality. What's that? The concrete mind, the emotional nature, the passional nature, and the physical body is what makes up personality. The personality is built up in order to enable the is formless to acquire experience in the world of forms. What I just said. And it is discarded as it wears out, and its useful diminishes. The experience through what it has. Hold up. What the fuck? The experiences through which it passed being absorbed by the individuality as food for its development. So all the experiences that you go through down here is food for the development and the evolution of the soul. That's why we talking about incarnating and being an evolved man. You went through all these incarnations, and your soul ate all that shit up. This is just being parables or metaphors, right? The soul actually doesn't eat a plate of food, duh, right? But all these experiences are being uploaded back into the database. And now that the database has all this information, it can create an update for the system. So you know how you can't use your phone as you update? You can't use your body as it's up. And when it's finished updating, body incarnation. Thus, it is an individuality which undergoes evolution in the course of the ages. So individuality is what's going on through the course of the ages, not personality. You can have a different personality once you incarnate, but your individuality, your soul is gonna be the same with new updated information in it. Whereas the many personalities related to it merely develops, functions, age, and dies. But as each personality is built up by an individuality which has progressed, it is of a more evolved type than its predecessor. See what I'm saying? What I just said. The individuality then is said to be the unit of evolution. The individuality is then said to be the unit of evolution. The soul is the unit of evolution. It's the unit. And the personality is the unit of incarnation. We get into karma right here, right now. 4. The doctrine of reincarnation arises the esoteric theory of destiny. The term destiny, it may be mentioned, is synonymous with the term karma employed in the Eastern schools, right? Because, like I said, we got to understand karma is cause and effect. Cause and effect. There's a cause and there's an effect that follows it. We understand Prakriti, right? Prakriti herself or itself is causeless because it exists in the unmanifest. But everything that in the manifest reality that can be experienced has cause and effect. So Prakriti creates cause and effect. Let me see this for the first time. With the tree, there are damn near unlimited effects, right? There are damn near unlimited effects that can be made from a tree. What do I mean by that? A tree you can make paper. A tree you can make a phone. I mean, damn, a tree, a tree you can make a pencil. A tree you can make paper towels. A tree you can make a house. A tree you can make a table. A tree you can make a chair. You see what I'm saying? The cause is the tree. The cause is whatever you want. The cause is the tree. The cause is you want to make something. Damn, man. You want to make whatever you what's the name. Right? But it comes, the tree is the cause. Because sometimes when you get to talking like this, but like that shit can. But anyway, the tree is the potent cause. And the effect can be doors, walls, houses, chairs, cars, whatever the fuck. This is what we speaking about when we speaking about incarnation. I mean karma. You see what I'm saying? It's not about good or bad. I feel like I done ran through this shit so many times, but it's good to talk about again. It's not about doing something good and getting some good happen to you, and doing something bad and something bad happens to you. It's not about that. It's about cause and effect. You do something that causes something, there has to be an effect. And sometimes these causes, these effects be so strong they follow you through lifetimes. You did? This is all gonna make sense when we get to talking about twin flames and souls. Twin souls, flames, spirits, twin flames, or souls. This is what we're going to. If you're aware, you putting it together already while we talking about karma, destiny, the seven about the seven planes of existence, the seven bodies, the causal planes. That's why we talking about karma. Because we talk all that other stuff, the causal plane. When your body comes to manifestation, it picks up little bits from each part. You see what I'm saying? It picks up little bits of each part, and those are the causes. And by the time you get down here, you got the effect. What's the effect? You 5'8". You are Cancer. You see what I'm saying? Your head shaped this way. Your personality is like this. You came in through these parents. You see what I'm saying? You coming through these parents, the cause, and now the effect is your ass look like them. Characteristics. You see what I'm saying? Cause and effect. Man's destiny is held to represent the sum total of the cause. Here we go. A man's destiny is held to represent the sum total of the causes he has set going into past lives, which determine the conditions of the present, which determines the conditions of the present. But fresh causes are constantly being introduced by modifying action of the will. So everything you end up doing, new causes are introduced, which means new effects gonna be introduced based off your will and your action. Therefore, fate is not the inevitability which Osiric thought conceives it to be, but it's not inevitable. Fate is not inevitable, but it is a conditioning rather than a determining influence. So, conditions your environment. It conditions your situations in life. It conditions it, but it's not determining it. It's not determining everything. Because you still have to choose the way you're going to react to your environment. You still have to figure out which way you're going to react to environment, what your action and will is going to do. True, some causes set going in the past may be so strong that no effort of the will avails to stay their course, and they have to work themselves out to their forces are spent. You got to work that shit out into that karmic, to that effect that you did with that cause, until that shit burns up. So they talking about burning up karma until that effect burns up, because ain't no more dollars. But by his will, a man may determine the reaction he will make to them. The reaction he will make to them. Whether he will be crushed or purified, exalted by opportunity, well used, or degraded. This is how you create your reality. You understand the law. That's why I tell folks, God don't work in mysterious ways. This law set up here. It's law set up here, so he don't. So God with yourself, but doesn't a man with a beard don't have to reach down and individually do shit. It's principalities already set up, and once becoming enlightened, is understanding these principalities. Once you become enlightened, you understand these principalities and how to use them to your benefit, and you will be in harmony. You will be in love with self. You will be in love with God. You will have a soulmate. You will have a twin flame. That's some call it. Some people don't even want it though. I'm pretty sure you got your own choice since you God. Is it not written in your law to be about? Esoteric science teaches there is problem in the conditions in which he finds himself in life, and in the sense of this short section of time, he has not he has not got free will, but yet can so determine the cause that shall go forward until his future, that he can make himself whatsoever he desires based off the causes. You can find a potent cause to create the desired effect. You have that ability. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Okay, I don't think we gotta go into initiation. Hold up. Check this out. I like this. I'm just reading little bits and pieces. I ain't reading every chapter, y'all. If a man's moral, intellectual, and spiritual natures are well developed, or to use esoteric terminology, if his subtler bodies are becoming organized, then he may be chosen by the eldrin brethren for a special training. a soul that's already been through all these incarnations and have became a teacher who's given the esoteric occult information. Instructions will first be conveyed telepathically to the subconscious mind. And when he has progressed sufficiently far in this way, he will be placed in contact with pupils of the elder brethren upon the physical plane. There don't be no mistake. I know you receive subconscious, bro. See, I knew I was supposed to be here, right, brother, in the right place at the right time, at the right people. And I'm learning this. Damn, it's crazy. That's what's happening. Who will teach and train him consciously by ordinary means of that plane, spoken in the written word, by mediation. They correlate subconsciously with they correlate subconscious with the consciousness. Damn, she even getting to sex right here. Let's see. The esoteric does not use the term sex as we do. He speaks of life force. Let's get into it, because I don't think this makes no difference where you are heterosexual or homosexual. Sex is sex. And she's gonna break how the esotericists view sex. Right? I'm gonna just go. I mean, you need to get the book on your own and read it, but I'm gonna just go through the parts I got highlighted. All right. The esotericist does not use the term sex as we do. He speaks of life force, which he conceives to be an energy of an electro-hydraulic type, a radiation and a magnetizing vibratory activity similar to electricity. All right, to which it is very closely related of compression in the exercise pressure after that of a water power. All right. However, okay, this life force maintains in all existence that is, and preserves living forms from this what the fuck am I? Okay. All right, here you go. And preserves living forms from the disintegrating forces that constantly seek to reduce all specialized substance to a common root. This is the first function of life force, to maintain in manifestation that which has achieved a form, and to hold it at the level to which it has evolved. When functioning thus, it is known as life, the preserver, and is conceived of as a unity. Keyword unity. It has a second task, however, in the creation of new forms, and for this, it has a function in polarity as duality. However, in the creation of new forms, and for this, it has a function in polarity as a duality, with a positive and a negative aspects. We're getting into masculine and feminine. We're getting into male and female, but really masculine and feminine. Oh, she gonna go into. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. And it is to this plane of life activity that the esoteric concept of sex is related. These two forces, one that is seeking to expand itself, remember, expand itself, and so arrive at the state of equilibrium. And the other, and the other that is inert, potential, and waiting, and awaiting a stimulus. Check this out. One's awaiting stimulus, is seeking to expand itself and to arrive, which is female force, may be compared to a charge of dynamite. Now we're talking about female, feminine, feminine. It doesn't always mean a female human being. but she's making a correlation between the two. The female force may be compared to a charge of dynamite, in whose particles chemically charge is stored up and is latent. And the former to the male force to the blow of a hammer. Nailed it, pussy. Bang, bang, bang. All right. Which releases that latent energy. Both trying to release energy. Right? Forces are spoken of by the esotericists as being positive and negative. All right? Positive and negative. Male and female. Positive or male force being the stimulator, and the negative female force by means of latent energy performing the actual work of creation under the influence of the male or stimulator, and immediately becoming impotent when the impulse of his stimulation is withdrawn. Whatever whenever such action or reaction is at work, the esotericist considers the relationship of sex is present, whether in the mineral kingdom or the world of the mind. You thought it was talking about fucking. It is talking about fucking, but this whole masculine and feminine thing exists all the way down to the rock. Talking about in a relationship, yo, I'm the divine masculine, divine feminine. Oh, what does that really mean? Providing and protecting ain't got nothing to do with it. Or women being submissive ain't nothing to do with it. Or women taking care of the house and taking care of kids ain't got nothing to do with it. That ain't got nothing to do with divine masculine and feminine. That's earthly masculine and feminine. Matter of fact, that's cultural masculine. That's traditional masculine and feminine. I told y'all we're gonna be here for a while. I'm gonna respect anybody that watched this whole video. Anybody that watched this whole video. Get it. Now she finna get into the concept of male and female. Now y'all gotta remember, I'm not even reading whole fucking chapters. I'm not reading the whole chapters. You need to get a book. This is my gnosis. This is my knowing. Right? My breakdown of esoteric information. You can get this when you have an abstract mind. I think that's what they call it. I done been through enough incarnations to where this shit clicks for me. That's why I came to this incarnation like in sci-fi movies. I'm trained to remember sci-fi movies did it for me. And then my next stage ran into Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine. Helped the nigga bring up that abstract thought awareness. Because how the fuck, think about telling, it's easy to understand now, but telling somebody the great nothingness is something, but at the same time, it's nothing. You're like, what? That shit's stupid. It don't even make sense. How nothing gonna be something? I get it. It's like you just get it here. You just get it. Damn, the unfortunate actually gave a breakdown of how to demonstrate the great nothingness coming into somethingness, crystallizing and creating the heavens and the earth. I think I might do like a little video on it and demonstrating it. But we're gonna go into the esoteric male and female. We're gonna be here, boy. That in the kingdom of heaven there is neither marrying nor giving in marriage. Supposed to mean that the spiritual man is sexless. We're not done. Check this out. If you go back and watch version of the how to understand your part 1. You should already know where it's going. Esoteric science, however, conceives him not to be sexless, but on the contrary, bisexual. Freak ass nigga, not you 69 gods. Freak ass nigga, you a 69 god. We ain't talking about like that. And therefore, complete in himself. What does that mean? The individuality is two-sided, positive and negative. Positive means masculine, feminine. Positive means masculine, negative means feminine. That's what we're talking about here. Because they broke down what sex mean in the last one. Where the negative and the feminine the negative and the masculine interact with each other. It's sex. When the positive and the negative interact with each other, it's called sex. It's not just dick and pussy. You have to have an abstract mind. This is how your levels of awareness, understanding sex. Hold up. The positive and the negative has a kinetic aspect and a static aspect. Has a still static, has a kinetic, a movement aspect. It is therefore or female, male, according to the relation of force to form. In its makeup, the personality, however, is one-sided. Defined sex. The individual may be thought of as a magnet, having a positive and negative pole, one of which at the time is inserted in dense matter. In the nature of the pole inserted determines the sex of the body that is built up around it. That's how you get a man or a woman. That's how you know. You're like, oh, I'm having a boy. Because God is masculine and feminine energy. Masculine and feminine energy. It's all about polarity. When they come like this, it's sex. When they come like this, it's sex. The individuality life is an evolution, has both, but the personality whose life is an incarnation has but one aspect and function, the other being latent or underdeveloped. This is well illustrated in the bee, wherein the manner of feeding determines whether sexually developed or not, and also in the human form, wherein the characteristic organs, dick, pussy, of the other sex are always present in a rudimentary form, and may even in certain types of abnormality attain considerable development of a not actual function. Not attain in certain types of abnormality attain considerable development if not actual function. So sometimes you get motherfuckers who got both. Thank God my dick worked. And it's just a dick. While sex is strictly determined on the physical plane by the structural form. Now, what's your sex? You know, they got all this shit now, but whatever. Which is constantly varying. So that two people who are male and female on the physical plane may be constantly shifting their polarity and their relations on the inner planes. So you automatically have a masculine and a feminine aspect to you. You have a masculine side of your brain, you have a feminine side of your brain. You have an abstract thinking side of your brain and an art side of your brain and an intuitional side of your brain. Then you have a complete logical side of your brain. So within you, you have the poles of the polarity of the feminine aspect and the masculine aspect. And my thing is, what we come here to do is balance out the polarity. When you get in relationships, the thing is to be able to understand me as a man, get in a relationship with a woman to understand the feminine side of me more through being taught by the woman. You got to be involved enough to know that you're being taught in that relationship. When the shit gets stressful, when she's complaining, and I'm speaking from the man aspect now, when she's complaining or when she's happy, or when we arguing, when she's telling me about myself, the aspects of myself that I don't see, instead of making it like, man, bitches always complain. Women don't know what they want. They don't this and they don't. Instead, you can use this shit as a learning mechanism to be learning about the divine feminine aspect. That's what you're supposed to be doing. You think you're gonna get this? A man think they're gonna find another woman to where she don't change emotionally more than you, to where she doesn't so-called complain, where you feel like enough, you're never gonna feel like you're not doing enough, where she doesn't get on your nerves or whatever the case may be that men complain about with women. You think you're gonna find that? You think you're gonna leave the woman you got now? Say, oh, you want the one for me and find another. No, it's gonna always be the same. Different degree, same context though. Yeah, the context is gonna be the same. So these men ain't shit. All men this and all men. Yeah, all men do have. That's why I say motherfuckers like, bro, I'm different. I'm a different type of man in degree, but I'm still the same type. Same type. I'm still a man. So of course I do shit that men do, right? But my difference is in degree in my level of awareness. That's why I differentiate from a lot of other men. So I'm the same. I'm not better than another man. I do, but I'm not better than men. I'm the same as every other fucking man. I'm different in degree in my level of awareness. I forgot why I was saying that. But for the same for women, you supposed to be understanding yourself. That's what you're supposed to be doing in relationships. But you're not seeing it because you're so selfish. And what we say, God has the masculine and feminine aspects inside of him. You're not seeing the other person as God or God within them, whichever word, whichever statement there makes you comfortable. If you're not seeing that in the other person, you ain't seeing God, because God is love. And if you can pull that up in the Bible, if you think I'm talking crazy, you should know that though, right? God is love, Jesus is love, the Christ is love. You should love yourself enough to understand yourself through the other person. Why? Because the other person is actually you too. Oh, God. Okay. While sex is strictly determined on the physical plane by the structural form, on the subtler planes, it depends upon relative force, which is constantly varying. The negative and the positive aspect is constantly shifting within you. The masculine and feminine aspects are constantly shifting within you. So, two people who are in physical plane may be constantly shifting their polarity in their relations to inner planes. Thus, should they be dealing with a matter in which man is preeminent? Check this out. Should they be dealing with in a matter on which the man is preeminent? He will lead and she will follow. But should a man supposed to lead? A man supposed to lead. You so rigid. You so rigid. It's certain aspects. Let's check this out. He will lead and she will follow. But should conditions change in the pair be working in a fear in which she is preeminent, the polarity will shift and the woman will assume mastery. But if you so rigid in your level of understanding, a man supposed to lead, man supposed to lead. I'm a man, I'm supposed to lead. I'm a man, I'm supposed to lead. But these women don't want to listen. It's certain aspects. It's like those relationships where people talk about like, well, she's better at that, so I let her run that. So in that case, she's leading. You see what I'm saying? Better at this. I figured out my man is better at this, so I just let man. I don't deal with none of that. That's a more balanced relationship. Sometimes you niggas and bitches have unrealistic standards. It is out of harmony with nature. This is what we talking about, the nature of this reality. Y'all standards be out of out of harmony with nature in y'all expectations. A man may be pure male in his relations with one woman. Check this out. This is what is crazy. Hold up. A man may be pure male in his relation with one woman. Pure positive, electrifying, kinetic energy with one woman. And pure female or negative, pure expensive and magnetic and completely receiving with another woman. Relationship with another woman. Form. But relative force determines it on the inner plane. And this fact is the clue to much. I mean, shit, what else is there to explain about that shit? I don't really know. I don't really know what else can be explained about that shit. Now, I think we're going to get down here to the point where she talks about twin flames and souls. Everybody know about soulmates. I'm going to leave that shit to the end. You ain't watching this shit, you don't win. You got to watch 3 hours, 4 hours, however many hours go in. Okay, let's see. She actually talks about the idea of marriage, right? We're going to talk about the idea of marriage. And then I think she gets into the going. We going. We going, buddy. We going, buddy. We'll chop it up and do it. But fuck yeah. The idea of marriage, right? Seldom is the ideal marriage seen. And yet each human being enters upon the state, so does so in the hope that it will yield him the highest earthly happiness by getting married, right? That's where I want to get married, bro. I want to get married. I want to get married. I want to get married. Intuitively, he knows that only in union with another being of the opposite polarity, that only in union with another being of the opposite polarity to himself can the full possibility of human evolution be realized. That's the only way, because you get with somebody and you learn the other polarity. You learn the other polarity. Like even in homosexual relationships, there's always one that's more masculine and one feminine. Even in like where you got lesbian couples where they're both called femme, on the inner planes, one of them still dominates more masculine. It has to. I would love to talk to a couple like that and just see and just like pick their brains. But I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure this is the nature of this shit. So I'm be able to grasp the thought. Someone more masculine, not in the way that they dress or act or structure their body, but in the inner planes, the thinking, the emotional plane, the mental plane, the astral plane, the etheric plane. One of them dominates in certain what's the name, and that's the masculine aspect. You see what I'm saying? So it really wouldn't have anything to do with being a dick or a pussy. This exists in a body that carries a dick or a pussy. Right? Many marriages rest upon no other basis than mutual toleration. A lot of people just tolerating each other. Many couples are held together by the pressure of public opinions. Some are bound by, like a woman, she with her man, she said she actually loved, she said she loved him. She was like, well, I love the idea of him because he protects and provides and he's good with the kids. She's really in love with her best friend. So you with this man for convenience. Imagine how fucked up that feels, bro. They say men do it to women, but women do that shit to men. Probably more often. You know, they gonna get at a nigga for that, but think about it. Cause you get with this man for convenience. You're not really with him for him. He has a great job. Probably gives good sex. And he probably is great with kids. And he married you. And your family like him. Your mama like you. Your brother like him. You married him for convenience. Not for the real essence of that man. That's why that nigga Chris Rock said the only thing, man, is the only thing on this planet that's not love unconditionally. And I don't want to go into the aspects, but like you gotta be able to see truth. Because obviously women have been through a lot of shit at the hands of men. But men have been through a lot of shit at the hands of women as well. That's what you get. It ain't about the woman is to blame. You missed the point. You to blame, man or woman. You yourself. You to blame. It's your fault. You can blame your mama because she didn't want this, or you can blame your daddy because he wasn't there and wasn't that. You an adult now, and you watching this video. You should get. It's no the bang game is over. Take accountability, man and woman. You gotta take accountability. And yet, each of them was led into the married state by the sense of need, which only union with another could fulfill. If this consummation upon all points be achieved, then the craving for a union will continue as an unsatisfied and tormented hunger, or will turn elsewhere for satisfaction. Here we go with cheating. Right? Hold up. I skipped something. I don't think I can skip that. This then is at the barrier for union. A need, whether for the expression of an overflowing pressure of life or the reception of force lacking to the nature, and only that union fulfills its purpose in which these needs are met. I need long ass sentences, bro. This then is at the base of desire for union, a need, whether for the expression of an overflowing pressure of life or the reception of a force lacking to the nature, and only that union fulfills its purpose in which these needs are met. God damn, that long sentence. In which each of the pair finds in the other a demand for that which he craves to give. He means he and she, either one. And a fulfillment of his own desires. There has to be an interchange which takes from each. Hold up. There has to be an interchange which takes from each his painful superfluity and uses it to supply the other which what he or she lacks. Exchange, right? If the consummation upon all the points be not achieved, if you not being met on all the levels, then the craving for the union will continue as an unsatisfied and tormenting hunger, or will turn elsewhere for satisfaction, involving misery and social disorder. The alienation may be partial or total. The individual as a whole may withdraw from his or her mate and seek another in a unlegalized union with all its dire consequences, or he may turn away with but a part of his nature, seeking intellectual companionship and emotional sympathy alone, and refraining the act of physical union, which popular thought alone recognizes as a sexual act. Shit like me, like I'm gonna have to be met on in my relationship. I will be met on all the levels. I'm gonna have to have that intellectual companionship with my woman too. It ain't just gonna be able to be fucking and good looks and whatever the fuck else. Like I'm gonna have to be up here with you too, or like I'm gonna seek, or I'm gonna be long for an intellectual companion. So it's hard to understand. See what I'm saying? This is what happens when you get to knowing yourself. You see what I'm saying? Versus just they look good on a social level next to you too, or the sex is good. You see what I'm saying? This is when you start thinking on more evolved level. You're not ran by your lower nature. You're not ran by your pussy. Motherfuckers is for you. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Date them all. It would, however, be rash to say that a man is any less male in his relations with a woman because he represses his desires towards her and contents himself with the intellectual companionship alone. You know how niggas be like, bro, how you fans with a girl? You ain't fucking, bro. You crazy, bro. Like, you ain't even fucking. You ain't no man, because you ain't fucking a female. You're just friends with her. Y'all connect on an intellectual level. It's possible for a man to be friends with a woman, nigga. Jesus says that whoever looks upon a woman to lust after her hath already committed adultery with her in his heart. And those who have insight into human nature know that they have more cause to be jealous of the loyalty of a mind than of the body. Boy, my past relationship, which I take complete accountability for, right? It had caused some of my relationship. My ego was in the middle, like, what you mean? I ain't even doing shit. Like, I ain't trying to fuck this girl. You know what I'm saying? I had made a friend, a female friend, during that Clubhouse app shit, and I end up connecting with another. It was a mental connection. During this time, you see what happened? The woman that I was with, the level of intellectual intimacy wasn't there. She wasn't meeting me where I was at. Not even saying like that she has to, but she mentally she wasn't there with shit that I was studying and I was into. And at that point, I'm tired to learn new things and open about new things. Came into the relationship like that, learning new things, opening to new things. It was like that. But I kept going higher and higher with more shit. And maybe she got to a point where like, okay, I've reached my capacity. Sex is because I'm not mentally there with this person no more. I wasn't understanding it at the same time. I'm like, bro, I'm just sick of this bitch, bro. Love this bitch. You see what I'm saying? So when the mental level was not there with her no more, it was another woman that I never engaged in physical sex with, but we end up being cool, right? Talking on the phone, it was about sharing information about crypto and stocks and shit. I was putting her on game shit, she was doing me game on shit. And it went there, right? So according to Jesus, I committed adultery. And then I understood that like it was cheating. You see what I'm saying? Like on that level, like of being. Now that I look back, yeah, it was because I'm not giving y'all all the details, but it wasn't like we was on the phone sexting and shit like that. Nothing like that that had anything to do with sexuality. But I was attracted to this woman on an intellectual level. Intellectually, I was there with her. And that fucked my ex up. Like, and I understand it. You see what I'm saying? That's why I won't do myself like that no more. Like, I'm a, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? I refine standards, not my expectations. My standard is better. So now, like, I need to be on a mental level with this woman. You see what I'm saying? I need to be on a mental level with this woman. My expectations have dropped now that it doesn't have to be every single that I'm on. If I go, she could pass me. You see what I'm saying? That'll be her part with her expectations. You see what I'm saying? Hope I'm making sense. To you, I know I'm making sense to me. Oh, okay. Wife has little cause for pride and tribute of the physical instincts which could be paid to any commonly female of species. If the deep yearning of a higher man in the being she has married turns elsewhere, it is in the woman who is the object of illicit love who truly holds the man rather than she who shares him in the bed. Man got her man mentally, that's gonna fuck up even worse. Um the laws of mating as understood by the esoteric philosophy embrace much more than mere physical union. Recognizing that they do, the seven bodies of man in sex or polarity upon each of the seven planes according to their several conditions. Esoteric philosophy teaches, therefore, that unless a man mate each of his bodies, which has arrived at a functional state, his union will be incomplete, and he will still be in a state of sex hunger, seeking his next mate. If a man does not mate on the level of each of the seven bodies or the bodies that he has built an efficient body on, he will still be having a sex hunger and seeking out another mate while he's with his woman. Did I just give to you the answer on why niggas still cheat and why women can be like, oh, I got this and I got that, and he going to fuck with this bum bitch? She ain't got none of that. She meet him on them other levels that you don't meet him on because you valuing yourself with being an educated woman or a woman who has her shit together. He ain't even looking at that because that's not really that look nice socially or publicly, but that ain't really where he's at. That don't really do it for him. I think he's gonna be the same thing with woman. And that all in there, her man got all this and take care of all that, but she's in love with her best friend because that don't really do it for her. It don't do it for nobody. Everybody faking and acting like it do. Your ego is telling you that all those other things that you say is essential that you gotta have is not really the core of a human being's needs. Man or woman, straight or gay, don't make a difference. All men, however, are not equally evolved. And the average man at the present day, only the first three bodies are capable of mating. So, okay, she gonna break it down. Your average man and woman only getting to the third body. The physical vehicle, the body of instincts, and the body of emotions. That is to say, he is capable of physical congress, an instinctive desire, and of tender affection for his mate, but has little conception of intellectual companionship. A more evolved man, however, will have this latter idea being his wife, one with like interest to his own. A more primitive type, on the other hand, will demand his nothing but a gratification of his senses and will be quite indifferent to her when his passions are satisfied. That's majority of men. And I'm gonna put women in there too. She's talking about a man born with a dick. That type of man. That's where your average man is at. He has no, he intellectually, dude, what? Niggas ain't looking at that. That's what I'm telling you. No, niggas not looking at that. Niggas ain't mating on that level. They not mating on that level. Mating as in dating or as in fucking and marrying. They not. Thus, it will be seen that if everybody's in function and is capable of the tender affections, marries a woman who has but two function and has no concept of married life beyond passion and physical gratification, disaster will occur. Let's say it again. This, it will be seen that if a man who has three bodies in function and is capable of tender affections marries a woman. So if I'm a man who has got the point of tendency, tender affections towards my woman, and I marry her, and she has no concept of a married life beyond passion and physical gratification, disaster will occur. Same thing for a woman, but they're talking to me. I reach the level of tendency and affection. I provide that. I know that. That's what I proved in my last relationship. I didn't know I was capable of all this shit. It's in me, not on me. But I also get up here to the intellectual level, and I also get up here to the abstract mental level, the sixth plane. So it would be foolish for me to marry a woman because she's beautiful. She meets all the other 4 or 5. I gotta at least have number 6. Number 6. Get up to the abstract mind. Baby, I need you to meet me on the abstract mind. There's a meeting in the bedroom on the astral plane. Don't be late. There's a meeting in my bedroom. Disaster will occur. I ain't with that disaster. Not doing it no more. Or should he, having 4 bodies in function, marry a woman who can only love and is not capable of being a companion to him, sorrow will occur. The woman will derive her from her husband all that she requires, for she is functioning up to her 4-3 plane capacity. She's doing, it's not her fault. She's just functioning at her capacity. That's her capacity. She can't get past that, or he can't get past that. It doesn't matter for people who are always like, "What are you talking about a woman?" Niggas too, human beings, man. So rigid. Get out your box. But he will have a unmated mental body, which will assuredly seek a mate. I'm gonna for sure he's gonna do it, and possibly find it in an intellectual woman capable of functioning upon the 4th plane. And then will be seen one of those platonic friendships of which everyone is instinctively suspicious of, but which no one can convict of any offense against the laws of morality. And that's good enough for you to go get a divorce. These laws or morals. He ain't done nothing physically with her. It will be found that no matter how loyal a man may be in will and will and action towards his wife, a union upon the higher planes will tend to divert the flow of the life current that is short circuits across the 4th plane. Yeah, I'm reading this whole chapter. Sorry. Let us now consider the case of a highly evolved man who is preparing to mate and lay down the ideal conditions for such a union. Now we're finna get to talking about niggas like He's like you, because you watching this fool. I know. First, he will have or woman, or a woman, or a woman. Same thing. It's not like it makes a difference because it's a woman. It's the same shit. You need people to meet you on those mental levels or those higher levels. Money can be made. And it can be fixed. Like you gotta tell people shit, bro. Why? What's going on? Too some scars, too many mental impressions that control your reality and make you think it's your personality. First, he will have to remember that his different bodies reach maturity at different ages. Now, this is the part that kind of like, God damn. First, he will have to remember that his different bodies reach maturity at different ages. The physical body is complete in all its parts at birth. The desire body does not come into fuel. The desire body, hold up, the physical body is complete in all parts at birth. You ain't getting no more hands, arms, legs, fingers, and whatever. You're gonna get what you come in here with. The desire body does not come into full function to puberty, which indeed marks the completion of the desire body. The tender affections develop during the teens, and the concrete middle body during the 20s. A strict separatory reckoning is employed by some school of esoteric science. What? But individuals vary in the cookie cutter for everybody. You see, grow later on in life. They other bodies actually evolve or mature later on in body. In the foregoing, but this was a basis. In the foregoing, rough divisions will serve. Abstract develops during the 30s. I'm in my 30s. So what does that mean? The abstract mind develops in the 30s. Man, I ain't got no time for these motherfucking child games. Like that girl said, I told him I ain't want to date right now. I ain't trying to date right now. He said, okay, blocked. I got time for that. I'm not finna play that. You want a goddamn lower level body thinking. And, okay, the abstract mind develops during the 30s. And the spiritual nature will have reached its full unfoldment. The full and the and the spiritual nature will not have reached its full unfoldment till the late 40s. Go with this. Therefore, the highly evolved individual should delay his mating till well on in life. It can be seen which way his evolution is trending. I want a bitch right now. And I'm gonna get her. Or she gonna get me. But what she's saying is like, okay, because she's also saying, I'm making a joke, but she's also saying like, for different people, it fluctuates. It's not cookie cutter dry. You know what I'm saying? Some person could actually meet their full evolution of their abstract mind before their 40s. Or if a person is growing, it's not set in stone that like you might meet a person and you might meet a person in y'all 30s, woman and man. You might meet the opposite sex or whatever your sexual preference is. You might meet that person in the 30s and y'all can actually both be growing, you know what I'm saying, in sequence. Probably not perfectly, but y'all can be growing in sequence and both reach our maturity. He may reach his at 41, she may reach hers at 40. You know what I'm saying? Or she may meet hers at 43, he may meet his at 40. Or she may be him. It don't matter. You see what I'm saying? It's not set in stone, but she's saying if you for the men that are on the abstract mind level to wait till your voice of your spiritual evolution. Because sometimes at some point here you're going to reach your full capacity spiritual evolution here. You see what I'm saying? It's not because you're spiritual now you're going to reach your full peak. It may not be that incarnation time for that. It may be another. Take all this information from this personality and take it back to the individuality database, and it processes it, and then it creates update. And while it's updating, you can your next body getting ready. Many people, unfortunately, are herded into a permanent mating by the activities of the desire body, men and women alike. Why you think motherfuckers complain about their baby daddies? Or niggas complain about their baby mamas? Because you rushed with the desire body. We are all guilty. Some just didn't have kids. That's the only difference. But we all guilty of that shit. And so don't feel bad. It's okay. It's okay, motherfucker. Just stop making the same fucking mistakes. Are hurried into permanent mating by the activity of the desire body and resort to marriage with the first available person of the opposite sex as the only means of obtaining self-relief and gnawing desires. You know, don't be out here fucking with everybody, go through all these people and go through all this and go through all that. And motherfuckers get married. I mean, the one who told me it's coming her time that everybody meets their husband and wife in college. Everybody's married by the time they come out of college. It's tradition. As a matter of fact, you looked at it weird. What state was it? Oregon or some shit? I don't know. You looked at it as like, if you ain't married. That's why she ended up moving to Dallas. So, friend, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that shit becomes uncomfortable because family members look at you like that. Like, it's weird. Married by like 21, 22. Like, what you got going? Tradition is killing freedom. Hasty people mistake emotional surgeon for the report of true union and not yet realizing the capacities of their own nature, which may continue to develop after marriage. So that emotion that you feel when you're with this person, it may evolve into something else. And now you get that same shit no more. You know what happened in my last one? It's like my emotions evolve. Something new. I don't feel it. And then the mental body wasn't meeting no more. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Now my sexual desire is kind of pulled away from. Well, of their growth be simultaneously. They will find an ending of enriching of their love as body after body comes into function and meets mate with the home that is reaching up to heaven. On the contrary, one has reached full stature while the other is still capable of growth. The marriage started happily would end in compromise or failure. Such the more highly evolved of the two will be conscious of needs which the other cannot comprehend or satisfy. So you need to watch out for motherfuckers' potential. You need to pay attention enough. Do you think 2 years is enough to know a motherfucker's potentials to grow, to know if you want to marry them? Because nowadays, motherfucker put a time limit on how long you need to marry. How long it is. If he ain't gave you no ring yet. But also, men are not looking at that. Oh yeah, I'm trying to gauge out and see if she got more room to grow. If she evolving on her mental body. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't even hit it with. I'm trying to see where her mental body gonna go. And if she, you know what I'm saying, if she gonna surpass me, I may not be able to fulfill her, or maybe she's so I'm trying to wait. You know it, your bodies grow every 7 years. So yeah, that's why I ain't proposed shit. I love it though. What nigga thinking like that? In a perfect marriage, the same pair mate with each other, with each higher body as it comes into function. In a perfect marriage, however, same pair mate higher body as it comes into function, experiencing with each mating new depths of love, physical union, and mutual desire will give harmony and poise to the nervous system. God damn. Let's read that again. In a perfect marriage, however, the higher body as it comes to function, experiencing with each mating new depths of love. So fuck. I gotta highlight that. How did I not? Check this out. What I'm gonna say. I'm gonna read that again. I want to chop that up. In the perfect marriage, however, same pair mate with each higher body as it comes into function, experiencing with each meeting new depths of love. So as you pair with the mate on a different on a mental level, on a physical level, on a higher, you're not falling in love at this point. You rising in love, homie. God damn. I don't say fall in love. We rising in love because we starting lower physical level plane or the body, and we're going all the way up to the astral plane, all the way up to the mental, all the way up to the abstract mind, all the way up to the higher level higher self level of consciousness. The soul. That's where your soulmates come in at. That's where everybody ain't getting one. God damn. Love will blend desires and aims into one and bind the personalities together. The acquisition of a common fund of knowledge will make companionship closer. Hold up. The acquisition of common fund of knowledge will make companionship closer. Belief in similar concepts and principles direct their lives into the same channel. Spiritual aims and ideals of the same order complete their union until consciousness having risen to the level of your spirit, the higher self. All right. Spiritual aims and ideals of the same order complete their union. Consciousness having risen to the level of pure spirit, this great love engendered between two souls will overflow all limitation and draw the whole universe into the bounds of their union. Damn. When this is achieved, it is held by the esoteric philosophers that the greatest stimulus which it is possible to give form the physical plane is applied to evolution. I read that off. It is held by the esoteric philosophers that the greatest stimulus which it is possible to give from the physical plane is applied to evolution. So the high level of love you can get on the physical plane is the soulmate. The highest love on the physical plane you can get is the twin flame, the soulmate, whatever you want to call it. These thus mated upon all planes enter into the light and go not forth again as separate individuals, but become individuals with a two-sided nature, complete in itself and self-fulfilling. Such beings, however, have passed to a higher order of life than ours and are uncognizable by our senses. So, man, ain't that what I'm talking about? But she laid down law and told you everybody can't go get that. You gotta be up there on your own. You already have this level of it. Like my nigga, find your me actually found who you actually are. outside of your traditional influences, outside of your social construct influences, outside of your religious influences, who you are, outside of your money getting influences and sphere, who you are. You be to develop yourself on all these 7 levels of bodies. And then you get this here. Shiva, Shakti, pure consciousness, pure energy. Or you get Prakriti and Purusha. Huh? Pure consciousness, the individual soul. And pure energy, movement, formation, creation. They balance each other out. They balance each other out. Ain't no falling in love. At that point, you didn't risen in love. Because you risen upon the 7 planes. I ain't fall in love with none of you, bitch. Bitch, don't fall in love with me. I'm not trying to fall down. I've been in other past lives and fail. Now nigga picking it up. Hey, I got it. So I'm finna pause this. This probably be like a 5-hour video, but I'm finna pause this, go piss, and I'll be back. Alright, so I'm back. This motherfucker might be 6 hours. Because I think I still got like 4-5 more chapters. Like, I ain't gonna be able to skip it. So what might end up happening is I'm gonna definitely have to I'm gonna definitely have to go ahead and chop it up. Probably at least make 2 parts or 3, or just make on the hour. I'll be posting. So now we rising love. Fuck falling. We rising. We ain't trying to rise. I'm trying to slide. Did that. Now we talking about the laws of mating upon each plane. We broke down the 7 planes, right? So here we go. Because that's what we're talking about when these souls end up getting together and they meet each other on each plane, they resonate with each other on each plane, have a more harmonious and basically come into contact to that highest plane. Not because you are mating on planes, you automatically get to go to the higher plane, which is the higher self. Not because you mate on those planes, you just automatically go there, but some go there. And that is where the she's stating, and I definitely respect Dion Fortune's work, but I'm not saying just because Dion Fortune said it is the end all to be all truth. But this concept of soulmate from somewhere, right? And if you're gonna listen to somebody who already is sufficiently broke down soul incarnations, the planes, we read the Cosmic Doctrine on Travis Major's page. If you have not, get that book and go through all 10 videos he got on the Cosmic Doctrine. Some of the most profound shit I have ever fucking read from an occultist. So I just went crazy with Dion Fortune books. After that, can't hold you. She's a bad bitch when it comes to this. She ain't that sexy at all. Probably wouldn't have touched her with a 10-foot pole. But god damn it, I would have loved to been her stupid. I don't think she like niggas. Probably not. She probably didn't even fuck with black folks. So that's neither here nor there. I don't give a fuck. It's the information, nigga. The information that's already yours. The most ancient people on the planet. You still gotta put that work no matter how much melanin you got. Melanin ain't enough, nigga. Work has to be put in. All right. Laws of mating on each plane. Mating upon each plane depends upon actual continuity of the substance of that plane. Thus, the physical plane union depends upon the interlocking of the generative organs and the injection of the male secretion into the female plane. Simple. Animal shit. Niggas, bitches, lesbians, gay guys. Animal shit. It's the lowest nature. That's my thing with it. I'ma say it. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Give a fuck, dog. I ain't gonna say it. The whole thing of being, because I have nothing against anybody. I actually respect everybody as a human being. Because I see God in everybody. It don't matter if whatever your sexual preference is, it makes no difference. I see God in everybody. Because I understand the nature of this reality. So the thing is like we're at this point now, what people want to talk about identifying more. When we speak about identifying, we're speaking about ego. So let's take this to an esoteric level. When we're speaking about identifying, we're speaking about identifying with the ego. And as we know, the ego become conscious and you start spiritual and actually putting spiritual practices into practice, the ego diminishes. The ego diminishes. So with that being said, the fact that now we're broadcasting, when I say we, I mean the human race, we're broadcasting and identifying more with our sexual preference. It's like, bro, listen, whatever, fuck each and everything that you want. But that's the lowest level of human nature, though. There has to be more to you. So whether you're heterosexual or homosexual, there has to be more to you. Find out about the more to you. You're just talking about fucking. That's what animals do. In the aspect of things, right? We as human beings are evolving higher. We supposed to evolve from the lowest plane, which is what mating upon the plane depends on the actual continuity of the substance of that plane. Thus, on the physical plane, union depends upon the interlocking of the generative organs, and the injection of the male secretion into the female secretion. Because now we have a lot of more gay people that exist, right? Or that's more open with it. I don't know how much was it back then. Who cares? It's not the point. Because she didn't say the other shit. So she's talking about, how this shit started out. Male and female. Dick, pussy. And that's the lowest nature. So it doesn't matter if you're homosexual or heterosexual. That's the lowest nature. Up your that not be the basis or identity, is what I'm saying. Have sex with whoever the fuck you want, but go deep inside and find out who you are. It doesn't make you any less spiritual because you're on the other spectrum of your sexual preference. Upon the second plane, mating is held to have taken place when desire is mutually inflamed. And a man looketh upon a woman to look after her, and she has experienced a similar passion towards him. Second level, we both find each other fine than a motherfucker, baby. Yeah, girl. Oh, that what you okay? You can tell. You pick up on them vibes. See what I'm saying? The subtleness of both of us having a desire to rip each other clothes off. Tongue so far in your ass. You thinking about my dick all down your throat. That hot. Say that hot. You got a hot tooth. Spit on that thing. That type shit. When it's mutual, got something going on that second level. So this way you should be able to, watching this, you'll be able to identify the levels that you're mating upon. Because mating just don't necessarily mean sex. Only on the first plane. It necessarily means sex. Nigga. Upon the third plane, union depends upon emotional sympathy. Third plane, emotional sympathy. I ain't got to explain that simple. In the fourth plane, on a common content of consciousness, awareness, and interest. So if you have the same level of awareness, same interests, hey, y'all hit it up. Y'all done made it up to the fourth plane, right? And people feel like that's a fucking match made in heaven right there. Boom. On the fifth plane, intellectual sympathy determines the mating. Intellectual. Wow. Sympathy. Right? Y'all made on the intellectual level. Y'all got, damn, we like, what up, twin? Twin? Well, you know that type shit, twin. We twin for real, right? Nothing. Snotty. Snotty. Twins, right? And on the sixth plane, mutual spiritual ideas. Nigga like me gotta that can hit the sixth plane, run around and like we don't have to be on the sixth plane. We gonna that's me. That one nigga. You see what I'm saying? And in high hopes for the seventh. I'm in high hopes for the seventh. You know what I'm saying? Like, so man, I know you out there, baby. Ran into on TikTok. Maybe I ran into in person. Don't even know that was true. Maybe we keep crossing paths. The time is right. You did? I ain't rushing. I ain't rushing. Trust it. You want to look at that? Okay. On the seventh plane, all of one. One is all. No closer union being possible than that which has existed from the dawn of manifestation. Who don't want that type love? See, a lot of people, I tell you, motherfuckers don't want love. They say they don't want love no more. They don't believe in love no more. Because this shit right here, everybody can't. Motherfuckers want that shit. Can't get that. That's that fairy tale shit. But let's be realistic though. Everybody can't get that because everybody ain't hitting at least up to the sixth plane yet. You see what I'm saying? Most people don't get past the fourth. What's the fourth? Common consciousness, common content of consciousness, right? You have a common content of consciousness and interests, but on its all, there's no closer union possible than that which has existed. And this even goes in with her book talking about on the cosmic doctrine, where she talks about how these atoms come in and build relationships. It's atomic level, and they travel up and down these seven planes. Because these seven planes, they also relate to the seven planets and how they move up and down the seven planes within the 12 rays. You see what I'm saying? And they develop a relationship. And she talked about how some can come in as a group soul, or you can have group soulmates, friends that you have built relationships with over eons. You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? All right. A peculiarity of this composite mating will be found in the fact that upon certain planes, like mates with like mates go with like mates, and upon others, opposite are attracted to each other. See what I'm saying? In the first case, the units augment each other, and in the other, they supplement each other. They, in one case, they augment each other. Then in the other one, we supplement each other. They just go right together, perfect. You see what I'm saying? It is. Yeah, yeah. God damn. Certified lover boy. You certified pedophile. Wow, 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 wow. I'm an ex-street nigga, but I'm a lover. Like, fuck it. I ain't a sucker, but I'm a lover. I think I love her. Nigga, you don't love me. Nigga, you don't love. I know I love her. Nigga, you don't love me. Yes, I do, boo. Yes, I do, boo. Yes, I do, boo. Motherfucker be supportive. All right, a particular fun together, each being attracted by the difference in the body of the other. Upon the plane, opposites are drawn together, each being attracted by the difference in the body of the other. Simple. Animal. Upon the second, attraction depends upon a mutual rousing of a similar passion, and their like attracts. The third plane, difference again makes the attraction. You see how it switches? First plane, they join together, differences. And then the second plane, they be attracted by the likeness. And then on a third plane, differences again attract them. The third plane, differences again makes the attractions. Those who have great powers of love being drawn towards those, hold up, affection. There, the protective instinct demands a mate that shall lean, makes demands upon tenderness, while those who seek the comfort of love need the compassion and protection of mate. Provide and protect with money is provide affection and protect the affection and the love and the emotions of and compassion of that person. About that, what about providing love? What about providing affection? You see what I'm saying? What about protecting you with love? What about protecting your emotional and mental body? You see what I'm saying? What about making sure my woman never worries? You see what I'm saying? She's always in a to the best ability to keep her in a mental state. She just, I don't have to worry when it comes to him. See what I'm saying? What about that providing? You don't want that? Just want me to give you some money? Just want me to pay the bills? Okay. Upon the plane, oh yeah, okay. Upon upon the plane of the concrete mind, a similar content of consciousness makes for sympathy. A similar, okay, upon the plane of the concrete mind, which is the fourth plane, a similar content of consciousness makes for sympathy. Thus, those who are in the same subjects find much in common. Whereas, upon the plane of the abstract mind, those who approach their intellectual problems by different roads make the best mates. Critical, counter checking, the imaginative. The critical, counter checking, the imaginative. Hold up. All right. Whereas upon the abstract mind, those who approach their intellectual problems by different roads. So people who think in an abstract way different from the rest of the fucking world, the best mate. If both of them like that, nigga, imagine, just imagine that type of relationship. The critical counter checking the imaginative, and the deductive illuminating the inductive. Come on, man. Upon the sixth plane, let's get to the sixth plane. That was the fifth. Huh? Okay, my bad. Upon the sixth plane, mating depends upon ray color. Those of similar spiritual type mating with souls akin to themselves, kindred spirits, and union being impossible between those of divergent races. You wouldn't be able to mate someone who exists in a whole different ray of spiritual, I guess you could say what they're talking about, spiritual types. See what I'm saying? Won't be able to do it. Won't be able to do it. You ain't gonna be able to do that, player. I ain't gonna lie to you. You ain't gonna be able to do that. I ain't gonna let you do that, boy. You ain't gonna be able to do that. I don't come around here with that. You ain't gonna be able to do that. Go on over there with your tight. Go on over there with your tight. Go on over there with your tight. Get on over there with your tight, what? All right. And it ain't got nothing to do with not liking you. Just you ain't the tight. You ain't the tight. You see what I'm saying? That's different than talking about your regular normal type. That's my type. My type this. Motherfuckers don't even get to this level of talking about type. They ain't spiritually inclined enough to know to get to the seventh plane. It's not shitting on nobody. It's just like to really know what spirituality is anyway. But some people still think it's worshiping somebody else. But y'all the same spiritual type. So maybe I retract my statement with that. Now, it is an esoteric science that made upon it depends upon the actual function. And individuals are said to be mated alone so long as they are functioning in polarity. Long in polarity. When the report ceases, mating ceases. Mating therefore must not be confused with marriage. Mating must not be confused with marriage, which is a legal contract, and depends upon for its validity upon the laws of equity and not upon actual function, not upon actual function upon the planes. Not has nothing to do with your spirit. The level of marriage that we have in the concept of mind here. You see what I'm saying? Well, especially when we get into something called a soulmate. You my soulmate. You talking about going down and getting a marriage license from the government, the state, actually in love. Now, you know, marriages can have certain tax benefits. It may make sense. You see what I'm saying? I can use it, but like it's not finna set the standard that we are married. Is what I'm saying about it. You did. My contract between the man and the woman, the part on the one part and the child on the other, and will be dealt with in a separate chapter. I'm not gonna read that because we read a lot about marriage and the other shit, which hers may be way more deep in detail. Okay, this concept of marriage is only mentioned here in order to make clear the difference between marriage and mating as understood by the esotericists. Mating upon the physical plane only for the few moments of Coitus. 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 Hey Siri, define coitus.
Coitus is a formal term. It means sexual intercourse.
Okay. Made upon the physical plane only for the few moments of sexual intercourse. It can take place with any member of the opposite sex within the limit of a species. Upon the second plane, mating continues as long as the desire continues. Those desires can burn up. Those desires can burn up. You know how they say for every bad bitch is a nigga sick of fucking her. That is to say, only during the breeding season or the years or those years in the human being during which desire is active. The third plane bodies are mated as long as there is affection. Should the fourth plane body, with its content of consciousness build up during an incarnation, become mated, that mating will continue for the whole of the incarnation, and nothing but death can annul it. So you can get on the fourth plane and find your person. Like it ain't going nowhere. Like a lot of people get to that point. So I've seen a lot of love that's represented like that. Like them motherfuckers just compliment each other so perfect. Of course, they do the same argument as every fucking body else. That's what human nature is. She said to the fourth plane with its content of consciousness build become mating. That mating will continue for the whole of the incarnation, and nothing but death can annul it. I ain't even gonna say I want that least, but god damn, that's the very least. You see what I'm saying? Like, that I think that should be. I think that's what everybody at least wants. You see what I'm saying? When they thinking about love, that's everybody's least standard of love. But they process of elimination when they going to date them all. You know what I'm saying? Date them all, sis. When they doing that, they not looking at the deeper, subtle aspects because everybody has a level of shadow work to get to know who they actually are. And our homegirl had brought this up before. She said, like, once you understand, like, when you going through shit in a relationship, you're not really going through or disagreeing or breaking up with or having or whatever the case may be in a relationship that may be so dire. You're not doing it with an adult that you're in a relationship with. You're actually going through this with a traumatized child, the unhealed child. That's who you're trying to get to this point with or get a level of understanding to with, not the adult body. You actually dealing with the child. You understand they still have an unhealed part of their childhood. That's who you actually in a relationship with. That's who you actually in a relationship with. So with that being said, you actually trying to overcome the inner child of the other person. Mm-mm-mm. You niggas ever had some Jenny's ice cream? Oh shit, dropped it on my computer. Trying to show off. Yeah. So if you battling a person's um child trauma, you still gonna get that child trauma like sometimes like I like what Trav said, like certain childhood trauma. You need to tap into dealing with that child, your inner child. You know, because when you kid, adults try to explain shit to you. You see what I'm saying? You don't get it. So you need to be talked to like a child, and not like a child, but in the sense that a child could understand it. You see what I'm saying? You got to through their childhood, the type of kid that they was. You see what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I'm on camera with it. Boy, I'm on camera with it. Mhm. So okay. However, when mating extends up to the fifth plane, people of like ideas and principles, it has it has come into the sphere of the individuality, which endures for an evolution. It came into the sphere of the soul, a great entity. It's in the sphere. This shit called burnt dreamsicle. I had to be trying in our face like this nigga smacking. I'm one of them niggas. Mm-mm-mm. How about y'all quit looking at me then? How about y'all stop looking at me then? We're taking a little break. Like, damn, this shit ain't good. Hell, ain't no stopping this. Don't worry about it. We finna get to that fifth plane. When, however, mating extends upon the fifth plane between people of like ideas and principles, it has come into the sphere of the individuality, which endures for an evolution. Whole evolution. And for the remainder of the evolution, will the bond continue? The souls waiting for each other and finding each other in life after life and making the wonderful tie which, when once formed, will bring them together from the ends of the earth and break all their earlier chains. God damn, liberation. Yeah, liberated with love. Because what I say love was synonymous with God. I don't know where you can get liberated. That's what liberation is. Coming to realization of God, of self, which is God. for lack of better words. God is actually a terrible way to describe what God is. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? I know you see what I'm saying. Where the hell are you going, Ray? I want to watch Life so bad. I make sure I don't watch funny movies for years at a time. So when I see again, that shit be funny as hell because you be forgetting shit. Like, I gotta watch Money Talks again here soon. I ain't seen none of the Fridays in a minute neither. I don't smoke, but fuck around and get high. I have to watch that shit. Which means I can't do shit but hit the blunt like twice because I'm gonna get stupid high. Get high enough to get on that fifth plane. What? See, I'm gonna get about on the third plane high. All right. Uh-huh. Man, this nigga eating on camera. Just that I'm gonna stop the recording. Now he pauses in the video. So this is why I fuck with the unfortunate, bro. So she break this shit down on so many levels with this love shit. The other one we read, The Science of Love by John Bain. He's he's an initiate of the big order. Yeah. So he's an esotericist too. He's an esotericist too, but the way Devon get unfortunate right, bro, bit cold. She cold. No. Oh. Mm-hmm. All right, y'all. Mating upon the plains. Decombobulated. I'm gonna put y'all up on some deep spiritual information right here. Something y'all don't even know about. If you niggas know these is the original hot Cheeto, it brought back a memory. You see what I'm saying? Memories being trapped into the senses. I tasted the extra flaming hot Cheeto. I'm like, this is the one we had in elementary. This new shit was been eating for the past couple years, however many years. Since they discontinued the real ones, these was the real ones, the extra hot. These was how hot they was in elementary. Taste just like them. Bring back the memory. I just tapped into some childhood shit. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. GMO. Cardboard box chips. Heard that what they really are. Don't make me no never mind no. All right. And for the remainder of evolution, that bond will continue. The souls wait for each other, find each other, each and every life and afterlife, and making the wonderful tie which, when once formed, will bring them together from the ends of the earth and break all earlier chains. When union is confirmed on the spiritual plane, then their pair become one in actual fact, in substance, and entering the light, return, not again. Don't shit that matter. That type of love. I'm on it. I want that. I'm gonna have it. I already got it. Time is an illusion. I already got it. Cause I got it with myself. Fuck, nigga. You did. But that bitch need to hear me show up. Bitch, get here. She understand my sense of humor. She ain't gonna feel disrespected. Playing. It will thus be seen that the esoteric concept of mating is very different to the popular one. He declares mating to be a matter of actual function and to cease when the function ceases. On the other hand, should mating extend to the physical plane, then there is always a possibility of offsprings from the union to be considered, and to bring to the world a child of whom there is no home is to do that child a cruel wrong. Because she spoke on a cruel wrong of a child having to go through when people get married, have kids, and then divorce, and out of family split up. You know what I'm saying? All that type of shit, right? None of that won't be going on over here. Nah, oh. Man, that's probably the only time I'm gonna want kids, bro. I ain't doing shit. Why? Because I say I ain't, nigga. But what shall be said concerning the union, which on the lower levels of personality, this is no wise sacramental union, but simply a satisfaction of physical need and instinctive desire. She's talking about the lower planes, the human shit, the animal shit. It should be considered from the standpoint of hygiene rather than theology. hey, hey, Dion Fortune talking some shit, bro. Let's read that again. But what shall be said concerning? But what shall be said concerning in which only the Lord the fortune? Well, since as sex, this is no wise of a sacramental union. Ain't shit wise about this. Ain't shit deep about this. It ain't nothing but a satisfaction of the physical desire, and should be considered. You only need to worry about that. If that's all you're doing, you only need to worry about that shit from a standpoint of hygiene. Is that bitch pussy clean? Do he keep his balls clean? Do he got any type of diseases? That's all you need to be worried about, other than this deep shit we talking. Niggas ain't got nothing to do with this deep shit we talking about. You know what I'm saying? You ain't getting there. You ain't yet. We ain't shitting on you, but we telling you ain't there yet. So just worry about the hygiene. Not all this theologist type shit. The church got it nowadays by men who are further removed than the early fathers from the source of inspiration makes no distinction between the two types of union, but applies the highest ideals in giving a sacramental blessing to that which is of no loftier a type than the conjugation of animals. Damn. Damn. She said that ain't nothing deep about that shit. And nowadays, these pastors be marrying two humans together that ain't nothing so deep, and they just need to be worried about hygiene of the other one. A little bit of mental hygiene and physical hygiene. Ain't nothing sacramental about that. Or sacramental. Sacramental. About that. But these preachers nowadays distinction between the two type unions. These ain't going to say the match made in heaven. No, that ain't. That's a match made on earth. And shit, heaven ain't got nothing to do with you. Had the Bible of God watching. No loftier type, no, which is of no loftier a type than the conjugation of animals. That shit ain't no higher than animals. In man and demanding of moral clay, that which owns the spirit of the Lord. Damn. Damn. Where the church is and less exacting in her standards, especially towards those not of her fold. We should be spared much social confusion. The church worrying too much about they fold. What a divine union match made in heaven, holy matrimony actually is. No one knows better than the esotericists the indissoluble union. But he maintains that such a union can only take place between individualities which endure for an evolution. Individualities have to go through evolutions. You have to get to a certain evolved level before you get this type divine, holy matrimony of twin souls. The attitude of the churchman is, for if two beings are sacramentally, if those beings are immortal, hold up, the attitude of a churchman is illogical in this matter. For if two beings are sacramentally united, then if those beings are immortal, their union must endure throughout the immortality. The death of a body of one party should not affect the bond. Okay. In this respect, he goes even further. The church about the esotericists, not even broken by death. That's what I skipped that part. Such a union is not even broken by death. You see what I'm saying? Because don't they tell you, "Until death do us part"? Bitch, when I die, it ain't over. When you die, it's over. You come back and do this shit again. However I find you. Because the esotericist knows is deeper into the esoteric understanding of reality. There is no, their union must endure throughout their immortality. In the death of the body, one party would not affect the bond. The other body of one party would not affect the bond. As conceived by the esotericists is that the union of individualities is sacramental and indissoluble. Continues only so long as the function continues. We had a function. ain't showing up to the function. Function of what? The function of moving through the planes. The function of incarnating, die, incarnating, that function. The fact, however, that such union produces the vehicles needed for reincarnated souls complicates the whole issue. The fact, however, that such unions produce the vehicles needed for souls complicates the whole issue, which otherwise was simple enough. The rights of the children cut across of the parents, and from the point of view of the race are paramount. Beat your ass. Bye, blue guy watching. Okay. Damn. Okay. God damn, man. Damn. Well, we gotta keep going. I ain't doing this shit again. It's a lot. All right. She says the esoteric teaching concerning twin souls. It is well known to all observers of human nature that certain people seem to bring out the best in each other. That when they are together, each nature seems to blossom and to become capable of the greater heights of development than could be reached alone. Make sure you niggas. You can reach different heights. You can reach a higher heights of development than that you can reach alone. And at the same time, a wonderful joy and radiance pervades from them. Should they be parted for each other, they will droop and wither. No time serves to alleviate the bitterness of severance. Neither soul rises to its full stature in solitude. They may be no. Okay, this is a teaching of esoteric, the esoteric teaching containing twin souls. Right? This is what happened when twin souls. They may be no mournful and self-pitying, brooding over the past, no morbid refusal to transfer interest into fresh objects, but there is an abiding sense of life lived below its normal level. Such people even fancy, hold up, not two separate entities, halves of a single whole. Hold up. This is what we talking about. 10 souls. They one. Okay, I'm gonna just read the highlights. Goddamn. For a complete union, rather with another, man's complete abnegation of self, nigga, and souls capable of selfishness are few. I said that earlier. You niggas too selfish. You too selfish, bro. You know what I'm like, bro? The type of love I gotta give women. I'm not playing these type games, bro. I'm not playing these type games. These bitches is selfish, bro. And I love women, so that's what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about niggas because I ain't into that. So these bitches be selfish. But that's the luckily thing about me. See, I'm different, so I ain't falling for that. I'm not getting in no type shit like that. They display this level of selfishness. You see what I'm saying? No one getting to that level of a relationship, I think. So, women, if it's niggas out there and these bitch ass niggas selfish, move around. For such a union, for selfless soul must join. It is not enough that one could give completely and the other merely receive. It is not enough that each give his or her all. Each must give what the other needs. Otherwise, the sacrifice is unavailing. And herein lies the key to many of the problems of unrequited love. Yeah? A good Comradeship is the best that most men and women can expect after the heat of passion has cooled with familiarity. See? And the lessening of physical beauty. I will love you till your hair turns gray, girl. Even when you gain a little weight. That type shit. And though such a comradeship is one of the noblest and most beautiful things on earth, yet it is not that close. It is not that closer mating to which we refer. Yet it is not that closer mating to which we refer. See, that ain't what we talking about. In popular opinion, thought is well aware of this and has as twin souls. See, here go your twin souls. This is the twin soul, twin, damn twin, damn twin. Okay, knowing that the bond far surpasses that which is known as married love. Beautiful and profound as it is, the close and lifelong bond of married love, for whose fire the passion of lovers is built, is but the kindling, is built of 1,000 mutual tenderness, memories, and sympathies arising out of companionship. This earlier love knows no building, but is born full grown and transcends all other ties. Or should the ties be maintained, breaks. Oh, such a strong bond that springs into being mature cannot be regarded as a new birth. It is rather the reincarnation of a pattern that has developed in past lives. Though the conscious mind is ignorant of it, the subconscious remembers and claims its mate. Tight shit, tight shit. The phenomena of this love and physical being is exceedingly rare. Though commonplace passion or sudden emotional sympathy are easily exaggerated by their hungry souls into something higher than reality. Individuals of a low evolution, and these are most liable to, and these are individuals of a lowly evolution, and these are most liable to sudden and uncontrollable passion, are too egocentric to bond up within their own limitations and appetites to be capable of a lasting harmonious union with any creature. As the idea of complete selfishness and serve is implied in the concept of behavior, who shall be as one's very self. I don't know what the fuck I just read. Hold up. They're not in harmony enough to love with any creature. Still less can they realize the idea of complete selflessness and service, which is implied in the concept of another who shall be as one's very self, serving the other one just like yourself. They have but little to bestow it in return for the satisfaction of their hungry desires. And the one who undertakes to minister to these soon grows weary of the unrequited task. You want to do no more. The great majority of people are capable of a perfect, harmonious, and satisfactory union with any member of a given type, or in the language of esoteric science, with anyone who is upon the same race as themselves, as was remarked in a previous chapter. As was remarked in the previous chapter, spiritual mating can only take place between those of the same ray color. But whenever we meet one of our own ray, there is a sense of fundamental harmony, because the line of evolution and spiritual qualities are the same. It is only fundamental harmony that a lasting and a satisfying union, unless to expect the development shall strengthen a it is the only it is only upon fundamental harmony that a lasting union can be built. It is useless to expect that development shall strengthen it is useless to expect that development shall strengthen a tie when that very development is taking place in different directions. You evolving this way, I'm evolving this way. You evolving, but we going two different ways. This can't work, baby. Like, I love you, but like, we got to cut ties. Got to cut ties. If a man should devote his life to a military career and attain eminence, if she had devoted her to the cause of peace. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? You see what I'm talking about? Tight shit. Any person who is efficiently evolved to be able to conceive an ideal and strive towards it must have regard to the red color, denote the type of idealism. Choosing a mate, though the low types who have an ideal beyond self-interest can mate on the basis of mutual passion, physical attraction, and find as much satisfaction as they are capable of deriving from a union. It may be stated that although esoteric science recognizes the existence of twin souls, it does not hold that every case of such and violent passion between individuals is such an indissoluble union. Because that passion and all that shit don't mean that this motherfucker is it. Don't mean it's twin souls. It may be just what it is. It may be just what it names passion and nothing more. Dying down as quickly renewal at the stimulus of a fresh object. Though our divorce laws may have little relation to either the facts of human life or cosmic law, to break them incurs penalties in society and to inflict hardship upon an innocent person is no part of the path of enlightenment. So don't be doing that shit. Don't be doing that shit. Don't be doing that shit. I don't think I can. Damn, what? What? Try to run through this quick. Karmic tie, right? Esoteric sciences recognize types of a tie that can draw souls together and bind them in a common fate. These binding ties, which originate upon the inner planes where the unseen causes operate, must be carefully distinguished from the mutual attraction that arises upon the plane of effect, cognized by the physical senses. The common type of bond is known as karmic tie. The term karmic adjective of karma is borrowed from Eastern philosophy, Eastern esoteric school, and is used for convenience sake to denote the forces, both good and bad, set going in previous incarnations. No corresponding English term exists. The word fate is the near equivalent, having come to mean, especially in adjective form. I don't even want to try to say the word. In its adjective form, a force exclusively evil. Damn. A common tie between souls has its root in attractions. Attractions may occur upon any of the six planes of individualized existence and be of a nature appropriate to that plane. The attractions exercised upon the plane, first or physical plane, are simply a matter of physics. That's it. What they call gravitation. capillary action, absorption in subplanes of the dense matter, and magnetic attraction, chemical affinities, etc. Upon the etheric planes of our emotional attraction does not exist below the second plane, where it makes itself felt in the urge of the instincts. Therefore, no tie is formed by mere physical proper prompt iniquity. Action and reaction have to occur before any bond is established. The fact that one person feels and emerges towards another does not link them. It is only when the object of the emotion reacts towards it that a bond is formed. Should one person love another and the love be reciprocated, a bond is formed. Should one person love another and love be returned by hate, contempt, loathing, or any form of resentment or unkindness, a bond will also be formed. Are you hearing this? A bond will still be formed. If you're in love with a person, that person don't love you back. Just the same way as if you're in love with a person, that person does love you back. A bond is formed. Karma is formed. Cause and effect is formed. Because energy has went back and forth between each other. Now you've built up a resonance. Well, the resonance is, well, let's say resonance. Now you see what I'm saying? And it's transference of energy, these particles. This energy has memory. You see what I'm saying? And this memory is what creates the bond. Tight shit. And for the rest of the for the rest of their incarnation, these will influence the lives of those whom they unite in degrees. Proportion. Oh, dang. Hopefully that's what that means. Proportionate to the intensity. Yeah, proportionate to the intensity of the emotions that are experienced. Indifference prevents a tie from being contracted. Any emotional reaction sets up a rapport. If any emotional reaction, hate, love, indifference, contempt, bond made. Think about that. With every woman that you liked and they turned you down and this and that, y'all created a bond. Every man, ladies that you did this and that, or whatever, created a bond. These bonds may set up the most intimate relationship or a momentary contract. Oh, my bad. Or a momentary contact immediately forgotten by those concerned. But as long as any emotion in relation to the memory exists, the rapport will remain. That's how I am in life. Like, bro, I remember shit that I had an emotional reaction to more. I'm not saying always, because some people bring up shit. I'm like, damn, I forgot about that. And I was in an emotional state, whether it was mad, angry, happy, sad, whatever it was. I completely forgot about it. But I tend to remember shit easier. I've been on this motherfucker for 4 hours. All right. It is okay. Should an emotion towards a particular person still be felt at the time of death, this emotion, having no means of gratification in the subjective state that follows on death, is stored up until objective existence has been resumed in a new incarnation. The conditions for its expression are again available in the next incarnation, nigga. It is what we talking about, karmic ties, fool. It is this exhausted emotion which, and though it waits for hundreds of years as time is in revolutions of the earth, it loses none of its force. It loses none of its force, but reacts to the same objects that previously stimulated it whenever those objects shall again become present. So when they come into each other again, bow, big bang. Hence, a sudden outrush of love at first sight. God damn. Damn. That makes sense, bro. That makes sense, bro. I've had that fucking experience. Because I ain't never get it, but like, I don't want them motherfuckers to believe that love at first sight type shit. Like it would be. Oh my God, damn. I'm from Chattanooga, Tennessee, so it's like insta, which means instant. It's an instant spark of love. Instant. In the sense of understanding and intimacy, which twin souls experience. Each renewal of a karmic tie increases its strength. And though it may start as the merest carnal attraction in the childhood of the race, as function in the course of evolution, the rapport will spread from one to another until a great spiritual may be achieved. Get you, girl. This one or the next. Some out. Some out. Come on, twin. I ain't with that shit, twin. What you talking about, twin? You mine. On yours. Face it. However, the planes of the pair fail to develop synchronicity, and a strong bond would exist upon the lower planes, and the higher or more advanced individual be. Bitch, why you bitch? Possibly loathing the response of its own lower nature to a degrading attraction, yet unable to free itself therefrom. Such a predicament threatens danger and suffering. Damn. Predicament threatens danger and suffering and frequently causes those tragedies of passion and crime that in all periods of history bear witness to the forces that civilizations seek to control. Them niggas who are passionate crime, boy. Bitch, you supposed to be. Damn, man. Because I got a homegirl at high school with Sanaya. Man, she was Muslim. And a couple years ago, she married. She got sick and I seen her, she was becoming conscious in a sense, right? From breaking from the chains of her faith in her. Not, I wouldn't say she broke from her faith, but she broke out of tradition. You see what I'm saying? I seen she had Sanaya was on. She did some numbers on TikTok about, you know what I'm saying, evolving into this person which she was loving, and unfortunately, it seemed that it meant the end of her relationship with her so-called appointed husband. I believe he was appointed type shit, and yeah, man, she was moving away from him, trying to file for a divorce and shit. Nigga followed all the way, bro. Broke in the crib, killed her, and killed himself, bro. Type shit. Like, Sanaya, I love you, homie. We finna have a class reunion. I ain't never graduated high school, but I'm at the class reunion like this. What the gang? What the gang? So, long live Sanaya. Okay. And a karmic tie, however, only develops great strength when all the forces of nature are concentrated upon a single object with a great intensity of feeling. This happens comparatively rarely, unless the desires are thwarted under tragic conditions. A consumed passion usually sleeps the sleep on repletion. But should those who love be parted, either by circumstances or by death, then the unfulfilled love remained as a bond upon the third plane. the parting by death, and if the survivor, either in sleep, as often happens, or by means of psychic development, become conscious, even momentarily, on the third plane of existence, the bond that exists thereon will draw the two souls into contact again. There's hope. There's hope. Yeah. A medium should only restore the case of a soul that is earthbound and cannot proceed to its own sphere. Hold on. We're talking about mediums. This is the true means of communication with the departed, to exalt consciousness, that we become aware of the state of existence, that we become aware of their state of existence, not to recall them to awareness of our mundane conditions by means of a medium. Nigga, your husband looking for you. He wants to tell you he loves you. Huh? Huh? What? Bitch, what? A medium should only be to in the case of a soul that is earthbound, that's still walking around like a ghost, and cannot proceed to its own, and then only for the purpose of giving a quittance. The third point is the sphere of existence referred to in spiritualistic literature as the heaven world. But before the outgoing soul released from its body can attain to this state, it has to pass through the phase of the second plane, as this is known as purgatory. Purgatory. When motherfuckers thought them Catholics went up on shit, they got some shit going on. They know they talking about on certain shit. Where areas of evil are paid off, the suffering brought about by subjective realization, thereby adjust the balance of fate. You just got some work to do right there. We'll bring up a personal one, but not now. With a family member who's went through that stage and finally has come out of that stage. And the information was transmitted. And I'm happy. All the damn candles burnt in communication through dreams and trying to pass through. Keep it moving. As soon as the soul of the newcomer has risen above his experience, it enters the heaven world and is then upon approximately the same plane as its. No barrier of different states of existence now keeps them apart. The bond of love, exerting its natural attraction, draws them together. They can then pass the rest of their time between incarnations and companionship. The bond between them will tend to draw them into incarnation at the same time and under similar conditions. And then upon meeting will come that strange uprush of subconscious memory, so incomprehensible to those whose philosophy does not extend beyond a single life on a single plane, but so readily, explicitly in terms of the esoteric doctrine. It is not till a soul has evolved sufficiently to be capable of a third plane union. You gotta evolve to that level, that a bond is formed which extends beyond the senses and is capable of influencing character. Hit my even here, several unions can be formed in a single incarnation. Several unions can be formed in a single incarnation. Esoteric science does not teach that souls are created, are built in the course of many incarnations. That's what's happening. So they're not saying twin flame. Karmic tie. Think about that. Souls being created as twins. It's because Purusha's individual soul. It's one. It's one soul. But anyway. But such unions are built in the course of many incarnations, and will be seen from the preceding paragraphs that many vicissitudes may befall the soul, while it is still at a primitive and unevolved stage of development. And these fleeting unions enter into at the bidding of the instincts, the only mentors that primitive types recognize. Miliate one against another and prevent any lasting union being formed. For it is only by the fidelity of many lives that the union known as twin souls can be achieved. We almost at 5 fucking hours, y'all. I didn't even think I can do it. And I still got energy to go. Should, however, the pair be of different spiritual type, then tragedy would occur as the high draw them off at the beginning of a different idealism. Hold up, y'all. Souls find their mates. Hold up, y'all. A cosmic is a union that is entered into. There was a karmic tie. Now we're talking about a cosmic tie. A cosmic tie is a union that is entered into by two individuals for the purpose of performing a certain occult work that can only be carried out by two units functioning in polarity. It is nothing. It has nothing whatever to do with love or attraction as ordinarily understood. It is motivated by service and nothing else. It is for the sake of the work to be performed. The participants in this union do not choose their parents. They offer themselves for the service of the master on the inner planes, whose pupils they are. And by the wisdom of a higher plane, they are mated with regard to their qualities and capacities for service according to ray color. The essential difference between karmic and cosmic tie lies in the fact that karmic tie begins upon the lowest plane and works upward as body after body comes into function. Or you evolving in this lifetime through function, existing, evolving in this lifetime. Whereas a cosmic tie begins at the highest plane and works its way down. It has nothing to do with all the lower level shit, but it can end up getting there. The karmic tie is the part of the normal discipline of evolution. The cosmic tie is super normal in that it belongs to a different code of laws altogether, to that which governs the general order of mankind. Check this out. A karmic tie is a tie of the normal discipline of evolution. It's normal. A karmic tie is very normal. Everybody goes through it. The karmic tie is super normal in that it belongs to a code of laws altogether, to that which governs the general order of mankind. It is one of the greater mysteries, and as such is revered, referred to here because so many are essaying these mysteries without initiation, are experimenting with the great natural forces in entire ignorance of their nature and potency. And therein lies danger. I don't know what you're talking about, twin. I don't know what you're talking about, twin. What? I'm gonna just read the only highlighted parts in this, bro. How souls find their. We must also remind ourselves that the appeal that a certain person makes to our emotion may simply be due to the fact that we are, broadly speaking, after the age of puberty has been reached, a member of the opposite sex will attributes whose repulsiveness suffices to counterbalance the fixation. Disparities of age, social status, or physical defects neutralize this instinctive attraction, unless the attraction is exceptionally strong. Should there be no immediate bearer, however, and may take place in the response of the physical urge translated as emotion, then the success of the mating will be depend upon the harmony or disharmony revealed by experience between the two characters. A union entered into without reflection is a much dependent is a union entered into without reflection is much dependent upon luck for its happiness, as is the turning up of double sixes in the throw of a die, and just as rare. Such unions, such unions are surprisingly common, even among those who would be rated as educated in young people. The unaccustomed pressure of the silence within them marry as soon as their finances permit, and even sooner, in order to escape the emotional stress to which they are subjugated, and to make their appetites fit with their ideals. They erroneously rationalize their feelings and amazingly idealize the object of them, which the result that their physical needs being satisfied and rendered quiescent, quiescent. They wake up to find themselves bound for life to a satisfying any of their other needs of mind, heart or spirit. Misery follows. Taught by experience, they learn too late the requirements of harmonious mating. We have only to look around us to see how often a second marriage is a happy one. But unfortunately, our law denies the opportunity of a second marriage as death or public divorce terminate the first. Men and women live in a union which has failed its purpose, or enter into an agreement upon which society's disapproval weighs so heavily that it seldom fulfills its purpose either. Just only reading the highlights, y'all. 5 hours is long as hell. 5 hours and 24 minutes. It's 9:02. I started at 5 p.m. Arising from the subconscious wishes in the promptings of the individuality, he may throw away the lower without gaining the higher. Hold up, man. People who read esoteric literature and have realized that there are other bonds between souls than those of sexual attraction may be tempted to despise these simple but forces and refuse a union which they fear may be commonplace for the sake of their some destined karmic mate to whom they have been bound in past lives and whose coming they await. Herein lies one of the dangers of the divulgence of secret occult doctrines. Has such and one known nothing of occultism, he might have a happy union according to nature's law. But knowing enough to reject the guidance of his instincts is insufficient to differentiate between fantasy arising from the subconscious wishes and the promptings of the individuality, he may throw away the lower, gaining the higher. The trainer knows how to countercheck these things. The secret does not. The methods of counterchecking psychism cannot be given here. The reader is advised to take an earnest self-examination, therefore, and another person's staking his own and another person's happiness on an unverified impulse, which may be unreasonable. You may be running from a person because you think that ain't it, and then at all time they it because what y'all may have went through in the past. Like that ain't it because I gotta be on cultist on a higher level. I understand higher understandings of shit. This can't be it, and I'm not listening to my instincts. Instincts telling me to go over. My instincts is part of my lower nature. Well, yeah, your instincts is gotta be able to differentiate. You gotta be able to differentiate. You gotta be able to differentiate. With regard to the meanings of soulmates, they are regulated by the workings of the force popularly known as karma or destiny. They are sent into incarnation through the agency of certain forces at the moment when the planetary influences give the conditions for the working out of the appointed fate. I'm just reading highlighted, so it may mean something. Sometimes the meeting never takes place upon the physical plane, but the rapport remains and can be developed, all that the higher nature requires. Indeed, a mate may be found who has passed the phase of what the fuck am I? Past the phase of evolution during which incarnation takes place. And that strange partnership between the unseen and the seen may be built up. It is by such a partnership that much of the work of the masters is carried on. These things can be no more than hinted at. Those who are sufficiently evolved to experience them are sufficiently evolved to obtain the guidance. Again, warning must be given against mistaking subjective fantasy for objective. Our safest guide in these matters is humility, which does not imagine great things for itself, but seeks to serve in all ways that lie to the hand and accept gratefully what each day brings. To the humble and kind, the great experiences come, rather than those who are urged by curiosity and ungratified vanity. People who cannot deal with life successfully upon a single plane of existence are ill advised to multiply their difficulties by expanding their consciousness. 5 hours, 5 minutes in, y'all. We talked about love. We talked about love. I can't think else to tell you, motherfucker. Go get this book. Go get this book. That's all I gotta say, man. Mating upon the plains. You got a karmic tie, you got a cosmic tie. Cosmic tie is something done for the whole of humanity. We can't put it work in, and it ain't necessarily got to do with sex. It can, and it can highest plane down to the lowest. Then you got a karmic tie that starts at the lowest plane and can rise to the highest plane, can start the sexual plane and rise up. God is love. I'm love because I love me. You should be loved because you love yourself. Stop being selfish. Open up your mind to accepting new terminologies and new ideas and new ways of thinking and taking self accountability. Your type, may not be the type that's needed for you. You may keep on missing your type. Homies and homegirls could be letting you run your shit. So all I gotta say is that 5 hours on love, marriage, and sex. No obstacles will apprehend you. Prosper over pain. Remember that. No obstacles will apprehend you. Prosper over pain. We out this motherfucker. 5 fucking hours and 7 minutes. God damn.